And welcome everyone. I'm Dick Jones, past district governor. I served in 2009, 2010. I am a member of the Rotary Club of Santa Fe. And I serve on the Big West Zone New Membership Development Task Force. And as a good Rotarian, I'm going to work that plug into my talk this morning as we move through Rotary Opportunities. And beyond the club, there are quite a few opportunities for service and fellowship. And these are what our Rotary Opportunities talk about. Would anyone like to offer some names of the programs that would fall into our opportunities list?
Interact, Rotaract.
All right.
Rotary Community Corp. Friendship Exchange.
Okay. We're getting a pretty good list of them. Let's spend a little bit of time and talk about those and talk about how we as a club can participate in them and really what they do for our club. And so at the top of the list is Interact. So do any of your clubs sponsor an Interact club?
We do.
Okay, we've got Taos and Dan, you're in Omaha.
Right.
Okay, welcome. And let's see, who else is there? Who else? Jeff had his hand up.
George Hobbs should have his hand up.
Okay,
We're starting one.
okay.
We're working on one too.
And we've
All
done
right.
a lot in the past.
Now, is that at the high
working on
school
one
level?
too.
I'm sorry,
Is that at the high school level?
Yes.
Rotaract clubs are at the high school level.
Okay.
Interact.
And
We have Rotaract at the college, at Wayne State College.
okay, and we'll talk about Rotaract in a minute because that's kind of a little bit different.
Okay.
Dan is our district Interact chair. Dan, would you like to speak?
Yeah,
About
Interact is actually middle school and high school. Yeah, the age was lowered to 12 by RI. And so you can start it with an earlier group. It can be school or community-based.
And I think that's an important part because a lot of clubs do not realize that Interact can be community-based. And what that simply means is that instead of working through your school and possibly meeting in a school room,
Yes,
Jeff.
Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
We can use other courses outside of the public school system, such as a church or any other type of community-based venue for hosting these. Now, there are a couple of issues that come up when you do get involved in an Interact club, and we're not going to go into those in detail today, but I just will mention them, that with Interact, it is important that if you are working with a school-based program, that you have guidance in place so that you are meeting all of the school's youth protection plans. And you also need to be meeting your own district youth protection plan. So, like I said, that is a whole another area, but the District 5520 youth protection plans are listed on our website, and you can go there, and if you want to talk about it in detail, my contact information is there, and I'm glad to visit with you about that. So someone mentioned Rotaract. Let's talk a little bit about Rotaract this morning, because Rotaract is becoming an interesting part of Rotary. Which clubs are sponsoring Rotaract clubs at this point? Okay. Nebraska Christian, okay. And let's see.
And Marty.
Marty. Starting back in about 2016, I guess it was, Rotary started changing the status of Rotaract. And Rotaract has now been elevated to the level of a full, equal to a Rotary club. And during the 2022 Council on Legislation, there will be more enactments that will change the status of Rotaract clubs within the Rotary structure. They're becoming more independent. They're becoming more accountable, and there will be some additional requirements placed on them. They'll have a Rotary dues structure similar to our membership structure, and there will be certain levels of accountability that will be placed on them, and also they will be moving into the ability to sponsor grants. So we're going to see quite a bit of change in Rotaract, and because of the fact that they were given status equal to that of a Rotary club, in District 5520, we have actually taken Rotaract out of our youth programs committee, and it is now a freestanding part of District 5520. So be looking for changes there. Does anyone else want to comment on the status of Rotaract or anything that they are seeing in their particular area?
Actually, Dick, I have a question about Rotaract. If they're considered, on their own, who finances them? Or do they have to raise funds for their own projects? Or as the parent club, do we help them?
The parent club status is basically going away.
Oh.
So I'm sure there will be a transition period where they are going to appreciate your patronage and your sponsorship. But as new clubs are formed,
Interesting.
that would not be the case.
So in the Wayne Club, we have a member who's kind of the advisor for that Rotaract club at the college, and so that position would go away.
If they're working through a college, they will still have a college advisor.
Oh, okay, good. Oh yeah, because they are technically a club of the college, and every club needs a faculty advisor. The faculty advisor is also a member of our Rotary. Okay.
Yeah, and depending on the rules of the college or university that they're working through, they would be under the restrictions of that university or college. For instance, in Albuquerque, the Rotaract Club a few years ago wanted to expand its member at the University of New Mexico, wanted to expand its membership to include students that were enrolled at Northern New Mexico University or Central New Mexico Community College. And they were unable to do that because the rules of the university prohibit students that are not enrolled in the university from being a member of the club.
Right.
So these are all issues and questions that are being addressed. The Rotary is in the process of setting up a special staff person who is going to be charged with addressing specific questions on Rotaract. If you have your first point of contact at Rotary International would be your district support officers. And in 5520 and most of the Mountain West anyway, that would be Nick Taylor would be our first point of contact. But John Hannes, who was our previous Rotary rep, has now been appointed to kind of be the Rotaract authority within the organization. And so he'll be a contact person there.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you do the middle school-based program, do the Rotarians have to go through a background check? Because any of our school-based programs like Teammates, we had to do background checks for every volunteer that was mentoring a student. So is there protocol on background checks that are required, and who pays for it?
The answer is yes, there are background checks required. Who pays for it depends on your district. District 5520 has been very fortunate that our governors have been very supportive of this program, and they have budgeted the funds to cover the cost of background checks for our youth programs. If the district is not picking up that charge, then the club is going to have to do that. There are some agencies that do a very fine job of that bring the cost down very reasonably. And if you'll contact me offline, I'll be happy to share that information. But yes, in working with youth programs, we need to be prepared to meet the district's youth protection, which is a requirement of Rotary International. And last fall, I think it is, maybe even in the summer, but within the last year, Rotary has updated the youth protection manual. So if you have not downloaded the current copy, be sure and do that. We in 5520 are in the process of reviewing that material and bringing our policies up to date.
Dick,
Yes, Tom.
my experience too is number one, the schools, hospitals, and I went through 3 background checks in 3 months, the same background check, full background checks with fingerprints and everything for the school, hospital, and real estate, because they do not take each other's results.
Right.
So if you're going to a school, sometimes require their own background check, and then the Rotary requires your own background check.
And
That is definitely true. The the attorneys from schools, at least I know, just say it's too much liability to accept the word of another organization. So,
And we don't know what their requirements are and what they actually do. But I tell you, to me, the best reason for doing that is so that you have immediate access to the source documents. We have had a couple of incidents over the past 10 or 12 years where we have been faced with an issue. And to be able to come to my office, unlock the file cabinet, pull out an application for that individual that is in question and say, Joe Blow's background check was run in September. He passed with he or she passed with flying colors, and we feel perfectly satisfied with the level of background checks that we have performed. So it may add another $20 to your budget, but I would gladly pay that just to have the satisfaction of being able to put my hand on that source document within a matter of minutes. So I strongly encourage you to do that. While we're talking about, well, we went into Rotary, which we have said is no longer a youth program, but there are a couple of other youth programs that were mentioned, and that's Youth Exchange in Ryla. And I see Bianca Cheney, who is our District 5520, one of our District 5520 gurus on Youth Exchange. Bianca, would you like to say a couple of words about Youth Exchange this morning?
I can. Youth Exchange is a great program. We over the world, there's about 90 countries and 9,000 students that exchange every year. It's a district to district exchange. And I just got back from our multi-district conference in Tulsa. Great success. We had some past exchange students, they're called Rotex, and they actually did quite a few of our presentations. So that was kind of fun to see, you know, how these young students have grown up and are taking responsibility. We're encouraging them to become Rotarians. And quite a few of them are doing that. So youth exchanges run, like I said, on a district level, and inbound, outbound. You send a student to a country and you receive a student back from that country, and it's an awesome experience. We have host families. We try to have 3 host families for each student, whether they're here or there. And that gives them some different experiences because we all live our lives differently. It's also less of a commitment from one particular host. A lot of the other programs have a host for a whole year. And so, you know, I think with Rotary, this is great because if you are not quite connecting with the student, if there's just a little something, then the student and the family knows that, you know, we can do this for 3 more weeks because they're moving to another family. And so that's great.
Could you give us just a real quick update on bringing the exchange program back online so it'll be available?
Okay, yes. So at this point, our guidance from RI is exchanges will be able to take place after July 1st of 2022. That's where we are at this point. Everybody knows that can change. So the program, for a student to be able to go outbound, it's about a year-long process. So we had our conference and we are moving forward. In our district, we have already interviewed our prospective outbound students 3 times, once by the club and twice by the district. And we have their applications and we're getting ready to send those applications to our partner countries.
Great, thank you. One of the other programs that we're talking about in our youth programs is RILA. And that is in District 5520, a camp that we hold in the mountains south of Albuquerque and provide our students, boys 1 week, girls another week, an experience in team building and leadership development. We have just had to cancel this upcoming session. So this will be our 3rd year without RILA, but hopefully the following year we'll be able to get it back up and running. Do any of the other districts sponsor a RILA program? And how do you conduct that program?
District 5650 does have a RILA program, and it was canceled in 2021, and 2020, and they did it virtually in 2021. And I have not heard yet. I think it's going forward in 2022 in person. And we also have a camp. The camp is co-ed, and it's a weekend long at a campground close to, I think, Ashland, Nebraska. So
South in Springfield. I was actually a RILA mentor for the virtual time, and so the virtual time went well. We had a lot of students. Keep in mind, it was through the zone, so it went all the way to students from Canada, and then the camp will be this summer.
Great. Well, thank you. There's another program listed in your material called the Rotary Community Corps. Are any of you familiar with Rotary Community Corps? That is a program of non-Rotarian volunteers that work on projects sponsored by local Rotary clubs. And probably one of the best examples that I ever saw of a Rotary Community Corps was in East El Paso. They, the city of El Paso, Texas is a very large city and very even larger geographically. There's a lot of unincorporated areas within the community. And so this Rotary Club decided to sponsor a food bank in one of the areas that the El Paso Food Bank wasn't sponsoring. And so they got space in one of the school buildings. They secured it. They got food from the local food bank, and they started distributing food within their community. They were able to enlist a number of ladies that ran the food bank. They taught them computer skills so that they could run the store, the ordering and reordering and selling and accounting and all of the functions of running a business. So not only did the ladies provide the needed food to the communities, but they were also learning skills that would help them find jobs later on. So,
Say, Dick,
yes,
just as a note, this last week, our speaker was from the El Paso Food Bank. And the El Paso Food Bank is now the third largest food bank in the country.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Well, thank you for that, Jesse.
Yeah.
So another group of programs that Rotary sponsors are both our Rotary Friendship Exchanges and Rotary Action Groups. Does anyone have any experience with either one of these? Jesse, you want to?
Oh, it's fabulous. And I don't know if you all know what it is, but a friendship exchange, it's really a social interchange between two countries. Our district will look for about 8 to 15 people to go somewhere. The example, the first I went on was to Canada, went to another in Sweden. You go spend a couple of 3 nights in people's homes, then you move to another home, and you'll do that through 3 or 4 homes. Great experience. You get to know the local cultures, you get to see the local sites, you get to see things and hear things you just wouldn't if you're just out touring the country. And you go to some Rotary meetings when they're available during the time. So we've loved it. We've been to Canada, we've been to Sweden. We've also hosted people from Sweden, England, Canada, Russia, all over the place. It's a great experience.
Hollis, you had your hand up.
Yes, I was going to say that I've been able to participate in a Rotary Friendship Exchange, and our group, it was a little smaller than usual. We went to Central Russia. And so this was one that actually, and some of you may have remembered that or participated in that, both in El Paso and in New Mexico. Russia has some Rotary groups, but there are some communities that are not active. There's some distrust on the business community, but there are people that get involved informally. I also got accepted to another one. Donna Padachi has been one of the drivers of this in the past. And we were supposed to go to Paraguay, and that looked really great. Everybody was all ready to go. And then of course things shut down with the pandemic. But I had a great experience getting to know people both in the district and also in another country, and something that I would ordinarily not have had that experience.
Do any of the other districts represented today have friendship exchange programs in place?
District 5650, we used to have friendship exchanges. I hosted a couple of young ladies from Brazil. Their group was coming around, but the last few years we have not had that. I'm not from the pandemic. I mean, the few years before the pandemic, they had stopped having the friendship exchanges. I don't know if it was a cost thing or what the decision behind that was, but we haven't had any the last at least 5 years. So.
The cost of a friendship exchange to Rotary and to the club is zero, because it's an expense borne by the participants and the host. Unlike some people confuse it with the GSE program that we used to have, where we were bringing young professionals into the district. And that was funded through the Rotary Foundation, but
beg your pardon. Yeah, no,
okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it was the GSE. Beg your pardon. Yep, getting them confused. Sorry, my mistake.
Okay, but this is funded by the Rotarians and by the host. Part of the reason that we don't see more, other than the pandemic right now, is that very difficult to structure and to coordinate. And we're fortunate that Donna Padachi in our district has been doing that. And she is working on a couple of unique exchanges that will be happening later this year with districts in the New York State area. That's progressing just because of the not having to deal with the COVID situation as much.
Dick,
Yes,
just quickly before we move on, I wanted to mention that we've been doing domestic exchanges for quite a while now, and they work really well because it's easier to get to them, it's less expensive for the participants, and there's something rich about getting to know another district also. I also wanted to just say that I think Donna Padachi would be a great resource to anyone who's interested in participating in their own district. So if you're interested in having her contact information, let us know.
okay, thank you.
In Lincoln South Rotary, we're part of 5650. Tom Cardwell is a past district governor, and he was very instrumental in working with the country of Georgia. And we would have them come to our meetings and they would speak, and then Tom and others would go to Georgia as well. Now with the pandemic, that has changed, but we have still offered support, like for the elderly in Georgia, which was through a grant process, because the elderly do not seem to be taken care of there. So that has been a real rewarding experience, but things change because of the pandemic. So we're a little bit in a holding pattern right now. So.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. I have two other topics that I would like to touch on briefly before Jeff cuts me off completely. And those are Rotary fellowships and Rotary action groups. And these two groups frequently get confused. But basically, a Rotary fellowship is a fun activity that Rotarians can enjoy together. And they run the gamut, and there's a list in your packet. There's a beer drinking fellowship that I think several of our attendees are members of. There's a wine drinking group here. And I see one for singles. I don't know if that is single individuals or single malted scotches. So, you'll
I
just
can
have
speak
to.
to that, Dick. I was a member of the Singles Fellowship until I was no longer eligible.
Did you stop drinking or did you get married?
I got married.
Oh, okay.
But some of the fellowships get together at like international conventions or even at district conferences. It's a way to connect with people with similar interests. Isn't there an RVing fellowship?
There's an
There
RV
is,
fellowship.
Carrie in our club is part of that.
Yeah.
And they're very active. They travel all over the country and caravan
Check out
together.
the list. It's really fascinating.
I was at a meeting in Kansas a few years ago, and a guy came running up to me and he said, "You live in New Mexico?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, we're coming out to the Bosque de la Apache on a birding week." And so there's a bird watcher group, and they came out and about this time of year to visit the Bosque de la Apache, which is at one point was home to about 8 or 10 whooping cranes, which are an endangered species. And so that's a big one. There is a skiing fellowship. They ski once in the winter in the United States, and then they have one international trip. So if you're, look at that list, if you're interested, there are a lot of opportunities there. It's a great way, another great way to meet Rotarians from around the world. And it is strictly fun. They are self-supporting. No Rotary funds are used for that. And then the last group I'm going to address today are the Rotary Action Groups. Rotary Action Groups actually work with specific projects and in specific areas of concern to provide service. And they're also an extremely useful resource for clubs and districts and their projects. As an example, there is the Water and Sanitation Action Group called WashRag is their acronym. And we have worked with them and used some of their material in developing the matching grants or the international grants, global grants that we have been doing in 5520 with clubs in Guatemala. And the advantage is that because they are an international group, they have a lot of resources that are available that might not be available on a local basis.
Dick, just a quick question that's been coming up while you've been speaking. It's actually probably more for Dan and Jeff than for you, but did a manual for today's session go out to participants?
Yes, it did.
Okay, just so you know. So somebody may not have gotten it. We'll have to check on it. Sorry, Dick, go ahead.
Okay, Dick, I belong to the microloan action group.
Okay. I mean, they cover all of the areas of focus. So they are a great support to grant writing and that process. Just, and I see that it's on this list, but the most recently formed, or one of the more recently formed action groups is the Environmental Sustainability Action Group, which supports our 7th avenue of focus. So take a look at it. Dan and Jeff will make sure that if you didn't get the packet the first time, you can. And there's a great list here. And I think I'm getting to the end of my allotted time if we're going to be moving forward. Are there any questions that anyone has?
I have a question in regards to, have you already charged dues for the Interact program that goes from middle school to high school? And you mentioned that you were going to charge dues for the high school level. Have you done that, or is this something that's going to be implemented?
Charge due.
I think he was talking about dues for Rotaract.
This is, yeah, the dues structure was for Rotaract and not the Interact program.
Okay, yeah, because I could see that being
Sure.
a problem.
Rotaract,
Sure.
not Interact.
Well,
Thank
and actually the dues for Rotaract are going to be quite nominal, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you, everyone. And I will turn it back to our MC and I'll be hanging around. I've seen there's been a few chats that have come up in the last bit. I haven't been able to monitor them yet, so I'll go back and look at them and respond to you directly over the course of the next few minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Dick.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say that I've been in Rotary for 25 years now, and I'm always learning new things about Rotary and how rich and how layered it is and how much of a family we are internationally. It's pretty inspiring. Thank you, Dick.
Thank you, Sunny. Okay, next presenter is PDG Tom Lindsay. And he's going to be talking about effective leadership.
Yes, and we're fortunate in Rotary that we've had a lot of effective leaders. In our district, we have, 68, 69 clubs with effective leaders over the years. And we're very fortunate it's made our district very strong. But there's some issues with leadership that come up, and we're going to discuss probably only two of them. Number one is developing a new project. And number two, solving some club issues. They're both contrast to each other, but they require leadership. The first thing is, and I was going to split into groups, but I think that both issues are important enough for us to work as a group as a whole. If you don't answer questions or respond, I will call on you. So have an answer in mind.
That's
So,
effective leadership.
and so the first thing is, how would you plan a project, a brand new project in your club? What would you do? What one of the first things you would think about doing?
Tom?
Yes.
I think the very first thing I would do would find like-minded members to create perhaps a small group to start the process and see what support we have within the group.
That's correct. Good one.
One of the things, I just did a brand new fundraiser for the club. And I will tell you, one of my first steps was to go to my president nominee and sit down and talk with her and say, I'm not going down a rabbit trail here unless you're fully behind this, because you're likely to have this activity next year. So we need to work in concert.
Good. That's something that Dick and myself and Governor-elects and so on, when we were together in the same group, we worked together, do 2 and 3 year participation together as governors. So we would not, so we get some continuity and ideas.
Yeah.
I also found that, there are people within your club that are more influential. And it's kind of like, if this person says, yep, I think that's a good idea, there's a tendency to bring on those people that were a little questionable about your harebrained idea. But if he endorses it, it kind of brings them along with you.
Good. That's true.
Yeah.
Also, if someone really likes the idea, they make an ideal what? Chairman for the project.
That's a good point.
Got to have that chairman.
Yeah. So that was always one of my mottos. They say, let's do that. I said, okay, you do it.
Well, the thing that I did, and I did it in September, we give scholarship dollars to high school students, but we were talking about how do we do something that might support a student that is going to college. And then what we would like to do is continue with that student for her 4 years of her education. And we had an article in the newspaper about the duct tape prom dress and tuxedo. And the duct tape company funded this project, and the awards were like $10,000 to $20,000.
Wow.
So we had a young lady from Iraq. Her name is Zainab, and she did this dress that was of the mosque, native to her culture, of course, Middle Eastern culture. She used, I think, 38 rolls of duct tape that they had sent her. And there were 5 dress winners and 5 tuxedo winners, and she was the 5th winner. And of that $10,000 to $20,000, she got 500, and she spent like 152 hours in this project. And it was just so awe-inspiring that I talked to my buddy who brings everybody along, and we kind of formed this committee and interviewed her at the coffee shop. And we were so impressed with her. And she actually received a scholarship to the School of Design in Rhode Island, I believe. I may have that wrong. I think that's
FIT?
and so we awarded her that scholarship with some money that I'd gotten from my employer that I work part-time for in retirement. And they had given money for some other event. And I just said, hey, can I use this money for something else? And Roper and Son said, sure, go ahead. And so we awarded her this $1,000 scholarship. We'll bring her back in June and get an update. And hopefully we will be able to support her on down the road. But it was totally off the grid, but really rewarding for people involved and for the club to have the experience as well. So
We do one every year that's for kids going to college that have some sort of a handicap, whether it be they're blind. We do 10 scholarships every year at $2,500 a piece. And we do it for 2 years. And then they have the option of coming back now and applying for an additional 2. And then we have a big banquet that we have all of those scholarship winners come in. They all have to write letters and everything else. And we have a committee that chooses, but then we have them come in and we, award those to them and have their family come in with them and possibly counselor or something like that. And it's a pretty neat thing. That's probably our biggest event that we do every year.
Okay, now we want to get back to, you have a brand new project that no one's ever heard of. So how do you bring it up to your club even? You want something new?
Try to align with one of the committees. And so after talking to opinion leaders, past presidents, current presidents, trying to find a committee that it aligns with maybe is another idea.
That's true. And a lot of clubs have standing committees for these things. A smaller club may act as a committee as a whole all the time.
And maybe if you have a topic where there's already some activity in the community, get a speaker to talk about, what is happening right now and engage the response from your club.
We've done that. We've got about 120, 125 members usually at each meeting. And we had a new one that he got up, talked about it, what he wanted to do, kind of how it was going to be held and so forth. And then anyone that had any questions, he met afterwards and after the meeting that day, and that kind of spearheaded it.
Great. There are different ways to approach it. One of the things they don't mention on here is, which I really feel strong about, is sometimes you have a lone ranger. They do everything. We're going to do this, and one person's doing it. And I've encountered that in my own club over the years and various things. And a part of Rotary is involve your members. So whatever your strategy you use to introduce a new project or see if you want to do a new one, you need to involve your members of your club, committees, or whatever. Are you going to get all your members on board for every project?
Nope.
No. So when you have different projects, do you give members choices of your projects?
That's something that I would like to do next year is have kind of like have one project a month. And so maybe these 6 Rotarians are interested in this one, and another 6 Rotarians do the next month, and that kind of thing. So everybody has an opportunity to participate in one project rather than having the club just have one project for the whole year. We do trash pickup, and out of 60, 70 members, we have 4 people show up.
So
the following month we need to do something different that hits on the interest of other club members.
We've done that as well, Bianca. And one thing that
Rotary, they
helped
told me
us
asked me what project I wanted to do. Go ahead, Dan.
I was gonna say, one thing that helps us, we actually pass out a sign-up sheet during our meeting and shows the different dates, different times, and it almost makes somebody feel, I don't want to say guilty, but it kind of wrangles them into, oh, I haven't done anything for a while, and yeah, maybe I can sign up for this. So
Maybe. One of the challenges you have, I feel strongly too, that you need a variety of projects. And you have members, say you have 3 major projects a year in your club or activities, you ask them to sign up for one of the 3. If you don't sign up for the other 2, and which you can sign up for all 3 if you want to, the word obstructionist comes up. Have a philosophy in your club that, you know, obstructionist means someone gets in the way of a project happening. So if you have someone involved in their project, they're less likely to be an obstructionist to another project in the club. Obstructionists, someone told me one time that the older members of the club were obstructionists. Well, you can be obstructionist at age 20 because I have been.
Tom, Donna had her hand up.
Yes.
Thanks.
Donna?
I just wanted to make a comment to Bianca, and I love her idea. She's going to be president next year. And there's an idea I've always had, and it's called Done in a Day. And we don't currently do it in Taos, but we've talked about it. And it is to gather just different folks every month that want to participate in something with the community, and it's done in a day, and it doesn't have anything to do with, of course, our long-term projects or our projects that we do every year, but it is like, I love that idea of, like, as you said, once a month, or in my case, I call it done in.
Sure.
So thanks, I just had to throw that out to Bianca, and maybe we should just talk and collaborate on that.
Awesome.
Okay, the word coalition comes up. It's not a bad word. Sometimes in the news, it sounds like a bad word when you're reading about political activities and various things, but coalition, what does a coalition mean to you?
Alliance,
Excuse me?
it's an alliance.
Okay,
A small group of people with the same goal.
right,
same ideas. Yep.
same ideas.
I hear cooperation.
Cooperation, good. It's a group of people that get together and they may have diverse backgrounds. And overall, they may actually have different directions they want to go, but they have a common goal that you're working on together within your club. So it's not a bad thing. And part of Rotary is getting together, and you have diverse backgrounds and you agree to do a project together. And you'll be surprised how much your backgrounds then blend together a little bit too. So coalitions are important in planning a project. I want you to look at the first exercise, effective leadership strategy scenarios. The first one, thank you, Jeff. Rotary Club Vice President Marvin Montrose is proposing holding an arts and crafts show for his club of 25 members. And you can read, but there has not been such a show in that town in recent memory. So it's brand new. He wants to invite craftspersons from the region to come exhibit and sell their wares. He also wants to invite painters to do the same. He would, charge exhibitors for display tables. Maybe the club members could sell food and drinks, make more money. Side of the show would be a local park, empty lot with grass right now. All the members would be necessary to help out the event. All the members, it says. The club has never held such a large event in the town of 1,500 people. So the club committee can work out details. All right, amongst you there, what are some of the issues in this proposal? It's 25 members in this club.
Needing everybody to participate is a challenge.
That's true. How would you develop a plan to do this?
You have to find a date that's acceptable to everybody, or as many members as possible. That can be a struggle too.
That's true.
They're gonna have to
You gotta start writing
define what the
people's
roles
story.
are that are needed,
Mhm.
and then ask for volunteers for those roles.
You brought up a very good point. In one of my other lives, I've taught working with volunteers. And volunteers need very specific duties. So if you pass it, say, do you want to work on the golf tournament? That's a big statement. But would you, work at this tee box and do this, or restoration and do this, or whatever is involved in the tournament? You have a better chance of getting someone to volunteer, and also putting the time frame they volunteer. So roles are important to define. And that's the tough thing about handing out if you ask for volunteers from the crowd, say, who wants to work on this project here, on art project? Well, you're not gonna have very many hands go up maybe. But if you have specific jobs, they may raise their hand.
And also if you have a targeted request, as opposed to sending out the list, say, Tom, I need you to collect money at our fundraiser.
Right.
Asking the person with a verbal request, to
That's-
me, helps a lot.
Now, with a group of this size, it might not be feasible, but I have found working with volunteers and specific roles, some people may be willing to try something, but they're reluctant, not knowing how to do it. And if they could be paired up with someone with a little more experience, you've built your capacity for the next project down the line.
That's true. Very true. What do you think are some of this is the big project they're talking about. What are some of the drawbacks, what are some of the challenges they're going to encounter in planning this project?
Weather.
Weather, because it is outdoor.
Permits.
Permits.
So
they're going
we're
to have some
talking-
accessibility issues with people, some people not being able to walk on grass, particularly if they use walkers or wheelchairs. So there's some handicapped issues.
You're talking about some pre-planning money.
They're going to have to find the exhibitors. They're going to have to go out into the community. So they are going to have to get a handle on exactly what they want to accomplish and build their story so that they can communicate their story to the community and engage the community in this event and project.
Correct. You mentioned money too. Does your club have the funds to fund up front some initial costs?
Right, and hope to sell all your tables, and
That's a very important
I would-
thing.
we
I
do
would
want to similar to
say,
this.
communication. That would be the issue, to be in the same moment communicating between each other, because if you will create these groups like promotion, logistics, and you will go and establish the tasks, then you might encounter the problem where everybody is actually on the same page at the same stage of the development of the event.
True. Do the words boss have a place in this? Do you use the word boss?
No, but you use leader.
Leader.
Or
Yeah.
coordinator.
Coordinator.
I think it's important to have one person kind of be the lead. So you don't have, I say yay, you say no. I mean, there has to be one person where the
Yep.
buck ends, but
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
And I
Also,
think you have to have a champion to build your consensus.
it's true. One of the challenges you have is, it doesn't matter if you're working at your occupation that you're working at, is making sure you have a team that wants this concept to succeed. And so the person that came up with the idea, that's great. That may not be the person that's going to lead the project even. But you have a leader that people are going to follow and help this project succeed in the best way without any needs to their self. They want it to succeed for the club and the community. And that's a challenge too.
Well, ideally, the president should have these qualities to identify the talents in the members and in their backgrounds, and just develop that kind of team. That would be ideally.
I certainly hope so.
Happening many times, but that would be the idea.
That's true. So we're talking about some pre-planning, getting your group together in your club that's going to do the project. Large club, like this club is going to be all of them, 25, all of them you can get. In a larger club, it may be a smaller group. You may start out with a small committee that comes up with the major plan and then involves more people. Sometimes it's hard to have a committee meeting of 25. So you try to have a planning stage. And the planning, you mentioned a lot of ideas, you know, parking, you know, what do you got to do? Pre-planning, what do we need? You need to talk to some community members maybe. We talked about a Rotary having partners. Do you need to partner with someone? You know, you're allowed to.
Well, you know, one thought that comes to mind, certainly with a club that size, is, you know, we all have club assemblies, and make it a topical club assembly for this project.
That's true. That definitely, that could have a general discussion.
Mhm.
The word on general discussion is civilized, civil, agree to disagree, and whatever comes out of it, and then you go down the road. So that's a challenge you all have. You're going to have people that are passionate for something or passionately against it. And to agree to have those discussions, because from that, you're going to may get your coalition of performance too. And that's a challenge. Anything else on planning a project?
Well, Tom, I just want to mention, I've done a couple of really, really large projects, and even with small groups like this, it seems like it works to have what I would call a steering committee, which is the chairs of each of the subgroups, like public relations and logistics, and, you know, filling the tables, and have that team meet pretty often so that everyone knows what everyone's doing and where we stand on the whole.
Looking at this project, would it be a thought maybe to start out on a smaller scale to get the idea planted in the community?
I would say not necessarily, because this looks like maybe this looks like something for more people, but it's not really. You just have to be organized and work things from the deadline, like establish the deadlines, and it's just tasks that I need to be finished by the deadline with the wiggle room of days. So it's kind of working from the end to the start and establish the calendars, and it's, I would not limit ourselves thinking that might be too much.
Okay.
My response to your question would be that this is the kind of event that I think, unless you get a significant number of people out to it, it's not going to build the excitement and enthusiasm. So it feels like the kind of project where you have to think as big as you can.
It's true. Jeff brought up something which I just saw was the leader's not necessarily the project manager. Leadership comes from within, from individuals, and each of you have the capability to lead with whatever you're going to do. And I encourage people to become a leader in your task, whatever it is. You don't need a title. If they ask you to run the fountain, become a leader in running the fountain. So you need leaders. Rotary is a group of leaders that agree to follow, which is pretty cool. So you have a whole room full of leaders. And the project manager may be someone that's just very good at detail and putting everything together so you can get information together. So it just depends. The president needs to know who to appoint, who to put in these positions. Example, in Deming, Deming has the world's richest duck race. And it was started by basically about 7 guys in a bar one night. And they started it, and all of a sudden they had 2,000 or 3,000 people at the event. And it's grown for 30 years now. We get 10 or 15,000 people here, and the community, everybody participates in it in some way or another over the years. And so you can, you hear an idea and say, well, that won't work. Well, you never know. And this is why I like the art thing here. You never know until you try it. And the way to try it is make a plan and go for it. And if it doesn't work, well, then do something else. But don't give up.
You know, in a big project like this, there's going to be jobs for everybody, because there's people who are not comfortable meeting people, and so they can design the flyers, they can hand out the flyers. You know, I see so many opportunities for so many different people to be involved in this.
That's true. Dan brought up even on displays or different needs for displays and so on. Maybe looking at this, they're going to do something outside. Maybe it's a combination of finding a place you can do inside and outside displays. So it just depends. Okay, I want to go on to the next scenario. This Rotary Club has a few active, involved members, but most of the members are apathetic. They come to lunch, they leave before the program starts and do nothing else. The membership is 33, down from 62 3 years ago. The few active, involved members keep the club going, but they're getting tired of doing all the work. The president met with her board, President Maria, and the board listed several problems. One, they're cliques that always sit together at meetings, ignore everybody else. People who wish to sit with them are discouraged. So how could you address that problem as a leader?
You
You have
can have
Break them up.
people,
Excuse me?
I said, break them up.
You good? Well, how would you do that?
We've
Addition-
actually had exactly that, and went and spoke to a couple of the kind of more prominent people in that group that have been there forever and kind of explained it. And they took it then upon themselves to say, didn't think about it. And then we took volunteers to be at different tables. Again, we have 100 and some members, but to be at different tables to kind of welcome other people and talk with them and explain things to them. And that seemed to work out pretty well.
I mean, and cliques are very, they're around.
So
Yeah.
we had a situation a few years ago in Roswell. I was not part of this, but I've heard it many times. There were 2 clubs, the old man's club and the young club. And if you were a visitor at the old man's club, there was only a certain place to sit because everybody had their places. And so one week, the young club says, we're going to do Rotary on the road, and it's going to be on Thursday. We're not meeting Wednesday, we're meeting Thursday, and we're going to the other club. And they got there half an hour before anybody else would get there, and they picked a spot at a table. And when the old guys came in, they're like, you're in my spot. And so it was pretty funny.
Cliques are important enough, and Governor Bob just visited our club in Deming and asked, is there any place I cannot sit? I always ask that when I was visiting clubs. Is there a place I cannot sit? Because there are always places that are special at times.
Yeah.
And it's a
Now,
challenge.
Yeah. Hey,
I would
John,
love
can
to hear
I
maybe-
share something with you guys?
Yes.
Had the opportunity to visit Las Cruces Rio Grande Club with then district, who was with me? Kit Turpin, district governor. And what they did was once a month, and they did it for Kit the day that he was visiting, and I was with him. Once a month, when you enter the building, there's somebody that greets you and hands you there's a deck of cards, and you draw a deck of cards, a card out of there, and that card, you have to go find the table that card is on, and that's the table that you sit at.
Good.
Just for that one day, once a month, just so they can mix things up a little bit. I thought it was a great idea.
Good. And you
Something
also
else
have the
real-
real situation that people, there's some individuals that have been in the club a long time. It's the only time they see each other, and they want to sit with that person. So there's a lot of things to balance on this. I took a class one time in semantics, and they had us sit in different chairs after 3 weeks, and the discussion stopped because people do get rooted to his position.
Tom, the other thing
Something
we
our
did,
art club has done in the past is they find table, you have to, every table has, you should try to get a new person or a guest at their table. And if they don't, the whole table is fined. And so that's been a motivator to people saying, hey, come sit with us, come sit with us.
I've been to a club where they find tables for not having a female at the table also.
and we did a mentor program where some of the older people would mentor someone else and have them sit at the table with them, even if it was at the click table, but it got them to start meeting other people and realizing that so it's okay if you have someone else at your table.
That's correct. What if you have members that have been attending a meeting, and Rotary likes attendance, but I think most clubs work around that somehow, but they're afraid of losing them if they push attendance. How would you attack that problem?
Tom, I think one thing is with the pandemic, we had many awesome members that just didn't do Zoom. So it was kind of cold, but we all decided to do an outdoor meeting and to bundle up. We had fire pits. We teased them with bringing burritos. We financed the burritos and things, but so many of us came. The older fellows that really don't care for Zoom, they can do it, but they don't care for it. But they were all there, and oh my gosh, it was just a happy fest, So that was one way to, they're kind of like bummed out or whatever, and they don't want to come do something different for the meeting.
It's great. Any ideas to get those folks to come back to your meeting?
We've got a task group that makes phone calls.
That's good.
Excellent.
And calls just to invite them. Hey, I haven't seen you for a while, Tom. Love to have you back. Do you need a ride? Do you need this? Do you need that?
I think that's really important in this time of our pandemic. We relied on a lot on Zoom and impersonal emails or whatever. So the personal phone call is very important.
Yeah. And we did a big group. Anyone that didn't understand or know how to use Zoom, that we connected with them or got together with them and showed them how to do it.
Great. How about when you're asked to sponsor a new member? And they say, we only want quality members. We have to be very careful.
So go find a quality member.
Correct.
Read the four-way test.
And you might point out a couple of clubs that only had 3 members left that were doing quality. So that's a challenge, but you want good members. And
well, it's qualifying that person that you're talking to and being upfront and telling them, hey, this is kind of what we expect and what
it's true,
what we want you to do, so that there are no surprises.
That's absolutely important for the person you want to come in the club. Say, you want to join? Okay, fine, we'll have lunch, but put down what's expected.
And come do this community service with me. Come to a meeting. I'll buy you lunch, or
right,
so that you can see what it's like.
Well, and quality means different things to different people too.
That's true. And we have a high turnover in Rotary. We seem to keep about the same number of members. So if you want your club to grow, what's one thing you can do to get people more aware of your club? We just talked about it a while ago. Projects.
Projects.
Yeah, if they see Rotarians out working, they want to be part of that too.
And that's a great spot to invite friends to come do it with your potential new members.
Yeah.
So that again, they can see, they may find other people that they know that are in your group or really enjoy doing what you did and makes them want to join.
My thing is if we have a lot projects going on in the club that are in the community, and of course, other projects too, you know something, we wouldn't need a membership committee because people would line up to join. And that's the truth. If they see you doing things. I wanted to be a Rotarian because I saw other Rotarians growing up doing things. So I think that's very important. All righty. I'm gonna ask you if there are any questions or any thoughts you have about these two issues.
Nope.
Well,
I have a comment to make, and thank you for the discussion. You facilitated it very well. The one thing with that scholarship that we did for the duct tape prom dress, we did it in 30 days. I
Wow.
mean, it was, we knew what we wanted to do, and the issue was she had to go to Rhode Island to the School of Design. And so we had she wouldn't be there for us to present it to her. And that drove the timeline, but it just, everybody was engaged because it was short, sweet, and to the point, and we were done with it. So it was sometimes lingering things out. You lose the interest. This particular one, it was beneficial to drive it and finish it up, so.
and another thing is, you know, if you don't ask, you'll never know about a project. My example is when I was club president-elect and a long time ago, we went to Mexico to visit with a sister club. We called it then, we changed it to twin clubs later, but they wanted to do a matching grant. It was one of the first ones in the district. Sonny Brown was governor then. And I was kind of fearful because we had a pretty tight board and treasurer, and I'm afraid they're going to accuse me of spending all their money because I was one of these young whippersnappers. So I said, yeah, I'll ask. And I got back to Deming and I had my board. I said, we need $5,000 for the match. That's sure. You know, I almost fell on my chair, you know, so it doesn't hurt to ask because Rotarians are there to serve. And so sometimes if you have a project idea, bring it up and then offer to help plan it and get some information.
On that first project there, I'm sorry.
Yes.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, on that first when they're starting off a project, in the business world, we always said always lead with a need. And Simon Sinek says always begin with a why. You need to establish why are you having this project? What are the objectives? What are we trying to accomplish? So one, you can get people inspired to get involved, and two, at the end, you can see how you have your gauge as to how successful it was and what changes you can make in the future to improve.
Yeah, and I told Bob that in Deming that it made me a Rotarian because at that meeting in Mexico, the parents came in, it was a special education school. They had never had help. And they asked us, so how could you turn that down? That was why. Anybody else?
Well,
Okay.
Tom, in terms of effective leadership and projects, we haven't discussed the importance of community assessments.
True.
Or identifying the need, which is a big part of determining that it's a project worth doing and marshaling the vision to get it done.
And that's something we do when someone brought up an idea for a project. Do we really need this?
Right.
In the community? Years ago, a club in Arizona talked to me. They wanted to go drill wells in Africa for water, and they got a matching grant. And they went there and they said, we don't need wells. We need ours covered. So that's why Rotary now in global grants require due diligence and making sure that what you're doing is needed in wherever you're going. So it goes for your community too.
I assume that everyone's familiar with the Learning Center on the Rotary website and the resources that are available there for doing things like assessments.
So
Just
those
mentioned.
are important. There's a reason Rotary wants due diligence. Okay, I thank you for all your participation. I did not have to call on anyone at random. Did anyone not talk? Let me see here. No. So, but I do thank you for your time, and we appreciate you signing up for these, because this is what makes us Rotarians too. And all of us learn from all of this. Thank you.
Governor?
Welcome back from the break, everyone. We are now turning our attention to the topic called attracting members. Everyone have a manual, or if not, maybe Jeff, you could bring up page 1 of this section for a moment. I'm going to ask you to join me in reading aloud. Actually, we want the first page, please. First, the affirmation that follows the topic. Would someone read that for us?
I can lead and promote my club's re-examination of its distinctive position in my community and the quality of members we attract.
Perfect, thank you. And would someone else read the session goals?
Define the attributes of a good Rotarian. Explore how my club can attract good Rotarians.
Perfect, thank you. So let's begin by talking about what we think the attributes of a good Rotarian are. Would anyone care to kick this off? Let's start with prerequisites. What, if anything, is required before we even consider inviting someone to be in Rotary?
Maybe they're in a profession.
Excuse me.
In a profession that has been historically a part of it. In fact, for a long time, we could only have one from each profession, right? Those of us who've been around for a while. That's been relaxed a great deal at this point. I understand you can even have a classification of domestic engineer, homemaker, but what do we really want from people we're looking for? Yes, Donna.
I would really love for them to be kind and sincere and love their community like we all do in Taos. Yeah.
Very nice.
Sorry.
Yes. Christian, we're about to raise your hand.
Oh, just a commitment to serve the community.
Very definitely. Service-minded individuals, top foremost.
When you
Yes,
think of the person, and you kind of tick off the 4-way test, I mean, in your mind,
Yeah.
that person would fit the attributes that you think of when we think of the 4-way test.
Very nice. Yes.
Plays well with others.
Yes, plays well with others. That's we don't have that as an articulated official criterion, but that really does work, doesn't it? So we could say, having integrity is a key part of being a good Rotarian. In fact, if anyone were ever to be declined induction, it might be on the basis that someone didn't experience them having that. Does anyone remember Rotary's 5 core values? Not right off the top of your head, right? Well, integrity is one of them, right? Others? Service, fellowship, leadership, diversity. All of them fit, yes?
Yeah.
So what about, so we don't necessarily have to have someone who's been an owner or manager of a business anymore. We have professors, we have homemakers, we have service-minded individuals in all walks of life. And the classification structure has been relaxed also. But what else would we want to keep in mind as we think about who to ask to be in Rotary?
I wanted to say empathy, like sense of empathy that we can see in the individual.
That's very nice. Yes, thank you. Sometimes hard to measure, but definitely worth looking for.
And compassion.
Compassion, yes. Caring, all of those underlie the commitment to service, don't they? Do we care about how much time and money they have?
I would say not really.
Time.
Wait, one at a time, please. Donna, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say not necessarily, because someone could have zero money to give to the cause, but they've got time, and time is beautiful as far as a service, as we are. And we don't really care if they have money or time. We hope they have a little of both, but it's okay.
They need to
Generally,
have
do they
financial
have
ability
something to
pay for
bring?
Rotary. Excuse me.
Oh, okay, Jesse and then Tom.
Do they have something to bring? Maybe it's time, maybe it's money, maybe it's a skill, maybe it's connections. People have different things they bring to the table.
Very nice. Yes. Tom?
Yeah,
You
they
wanna
want,
make- You don't then put a financial disadvantage if they join Rotary, because there are dues and things like that, you know, so no one's ever asked me about money in Rotary, but when you join, you know, it's gonna cost X number of dollars
Right.
to be in the club. After that, it was your choice about money, but
And does anyone, thank you, Tom, that's a very good point. Does anyone have any thoughts about how to make the money commitment easier for people who are passionate about service and have lots of time, but may be on a fixed income?
Maybe set up payment plans or something.
That's a good idea. Yes, thank you. Donna, were you going to say the same thing?
We also have scholarships available that if someone is in need, to talk to the president and we can help them.
Very nice. Yes.
We've recently set up
and
a
also,
new classification for members under 40, and the dues are less. And so conversely, we could do the same thing with an older retired member maybe and have the dues be less.
Very good point.
and I would also add that it's just a matter of perspective, because the dues are not so much when it comes to a year. And if you show the members or potential members that this is this much daily or this much monthly, and everybody, I mean, I don't know, I think everybody sometimes have a coffee or sometimes, and just to prioritize for them, what do you want? You want to coffee every day, or you want to put this to service? So it's kind of like showing them the priorities that they can choose, because I think, you know, helping people to sponsor them is great. I would say if they actually give maybe like a temporary period, because giving things for free, people don't value it usually. But showing the perspective of the priorities, like daily, like that is like a 5 cents a day, or I don't know, I didn't make a math, but something like that.
The dues themselves are usually very affordable. I believe district and RI together are about $70 a quarter. It's the meals on top of that that can sometimes be an issue.
And
Marty, is that
one of
what you?
Well, yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say. And that's something that we're discussing right now. How do we do this? Because we're finding, you know, we have a prospective member who would join us in a heartbeat, but really can't afford that, the higher cost of the dues plus the membership. Plus, on a quarterly basis, we also do a $25 RI foundation so that we get every Rotarian every year. And so we're looking at options now to say, you know, to make those meals optional for folks, or find a lower cost for them, some way that we make it affordable.
That's really great. Yeah, and I think a lot of clubs are doing that now, looking to find brown bagging maybe, or having some of your meetings be non-meal meetings or something like that. I just want to mention we've got a couple of really valuable chats going on here. Jeff talked about work, wisdom, or wealth, and/or wealth. That's a good way to talk about what people are bringing. And John Jane, many employers can help sponsor employees. That's really true. You know, sometimes you can get a full or partial payment from your employer because this benefits them too, doesn't it?
Mhm.
When their members are in Rotary. Something else about that. I would just want to say too, our Silver City Club has an angel fund. So when people are doing dues, they can add a little bit that goes into a fund to assist people who may, for example, just have fallen on hard times for a quarter, you know, and may need a little bit of assistance. We don't want to lose them simply because of that. Now, I want to mention too, you know, being every Rotarian every year means basically contributing $2 a week to the Rotary Foundation. I know we're going to talk about foundation later. That's really not a lot, is it? However, we want to be careful because we're asked to not make that a requirement for Rotarians. It's actually optional, and billing people for it, unless we have their permission, is not a good idea. So just wanted to mention that.
Putting a check box where someone can check it on their bill
Yeah,
is fine, and many groups I belong to have that. But
yes,
actually
indeed.
demanding that as part of your membership, you really can't do that.
Right. Not with integrity.
Right.
Not with the law either.
You know, interestingly enough, sometimes the two intersect.
Yeah.
So now, just to, some of you know that I'm a recovering lawyer, so I can make jokes like that. I just want to say, is there anything else anyone wants to add about what we're looking for in terms of attributes of a good Rotarian? What do we say? What do we say to the people who say, I just don't have time? I can't come to a meeting every week and I don't have time.
I kind of tell them it's okay, because if they are like-minded, if they can only make 2 meetings a month or whatever they can do, if they're like-minded and participate in our projects, I really feel like we do need them. Plus they might have a skill set with a computer or something that will use them, you know, without it gouging too much of their time.
Yeah.
And letting them know that's okay if doing community service projects or after hours or whatever else can count towards their 2 weeks a month. So there's multiple ways to be able to get your time.
That's a very nice point, Dan. Clubs can actually designate what counts as a meeting, right?
Yep.
Go ahead,
Sonny,
Hans.
you mentioned attributes to join Rotary.
Yes.
Part of it is too, you talk about all the nice things we need to do, but also on the practical side, the business side, you can also approach a business person and say, this is how you can serve your community and advance yourself. I mean, that's part of the reason they had Rotary to start with, was to get together business-wise, and you participate in your community, and you hope through the process to become a little more empathetic in these things. But that's also a way for them to fulfill some of their business needs.
Exactly. Jesse, you're about to say.
No, I didn't have anything there.
Okay. Actually, John just put a wonderful question in the chat about whether RLI counts as a makeup meeting. And basically clubs can say, what counts as a makeup, and anything Rotary related has been included in the list. Not only RLI, but also fellowship events, district conferences, international conventions, going to a Rotaract or an Interact meeting, going even to a committee meeting, depending on what your club says counts. And of course, you want to keep in mind that just in the last year, Rotary has significantly relaxed the attendance requirements. So clubs and the club models are changing too. So clubs can choose to meet just twice a month. And one of the meetings can be a fellowship event. One of them could be a service project. So we're moving away from the rigid picture of how being a Rotarian looks. Thank you, Jeff. Running into a Rotarian at a Metallica concert.
But Jeff, if you went and helped someone carry their food back to their chair, then it would.
Maybe
look at the picture here.
That's a
maybe
merit
the
badge.
test is, the test might be whether it was an intentional meeting.
Well, that's why I
opposed
put
to-
running into.
Exactly.
That was a random encounter. I've had those. I've had
I
people come.
believe, in the grocery store as well, of course, yes. But Rotary clubs can sometimes just go to a ball game together, and that can count.
That's fine.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yes, Hollis.
I wanted to go back to your question about what do you say when a prospective Rotarian says that they just don't have time. And I started Rotary in South Florida, took it to Northern California, then New Mexico. And I always said I never had enough time. And I was part of Rotary when attendance was a much more strict requirement. But what I found in this process is I didn't necessarily ever get more time, but as I got more engaged in activities and fellowship that I enjoyed, I found the time. And so it may be something like me that you put up to begin with. I can't possibly do this, but just entering, you start to find ways to accommodate and then become more participative.
Yeah, that's
priorities.
Thank you. Priorities, yes. And I think too, we don't say this often enough to people, that we understand that life doesn't always look the same for anybody. Rotary for a long time has said that the mantra is family first, work second, Rotary third. And so we understand that there are things that are even more important in Rotary for some of us. and we also, I tell people that we expect there'll be times when you feel lucky to get to a meeting and times when you can say yes to a lot more things. And it's an ebb and flow for all of us. So if people realize that they're not being judged when they have to say no, and that they can belong to Rotary and give it what they can, then it seems as though that works. Okay, yes.
Real quickly, the only reason, and I didn't come up with the alliteration, the only reason we used the notion of wisdom, wealth, or work is that we want everyone to contribute something.
Yes.
And if they have time, that's great. If they have money, that's great. But there are times when people don't have time or money, and we still want them to contribute. And so even contributing ideas or being part of a meeting where we're brainstorming, future projects, anything that people can do to contribute, it improves their level of engagement. Otherwise, they pull back. So anything we can do to kind of get something, it will help both us and them.
That's so key, Jeff. Thank you very much. If we really mean to keep the members that we get, and that's a topic for another day, then for sure we want to make sure it's worthwhile to them and that they experience that they make a difference. So put that in your pocket for when we talk about retention. I'm going to ask that we now break into groups to talk about the process of attracting good Rotarians. What is it? Where are we going to find them, and how will we bring them to our meetings and to our clubs? So you'll be in groups, you'll have someone facilitating. Jeff, do we know who's facilitating each group?
Well, I'd like to ask, the way I've got it set up, Bruce, if you would facilitate room 1. Jesse, if you would facilitate room 2. And Dan, if you would facilitate room 3.
Okay.
And Sunny, again, your instructions are to,
Look at how to attract good Rotarians.
how
Where
to
do you
attract
find
people.
them? Where do you find them? And how do you get them interested?
Okay.
And when are
Okay,
we reconvening, Sunny?
let's do 10 minutes because this is a rich topic and we want to gather as much as we can in terms of best practices. And then we'll report back. Each group, please find a scribe who can let us know what you've come up with. Any questions?
Can we go till 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's 15. Does that sound okay to people? If you find yourself ending earlier, we can reconvene earlier.
Okay. No later than 10 o'clock. Here we go.
Here we go.
And again, you'll need to like accept the room you're joining.
Thank you. I don't think I have a room.
I seem to have lost Sonny.
I'm here.
He's here.
Okay.
But it's good to check because I do get kicked out. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, I know we only have a few minutes left, and I just want to see if we can hear briefly from each group about what you came up with. I think it'll be enriching for all of us. Group one, I believe that's James. Would you begin?
So really, we covered a wide range of topics, but really kind of starting with, members inviting other prospective guests and really friends, families, and acquaintances, and then making sure you're getting past just inviting them to lunch. So invite them to service projects, tell them about your service projects, let them know these other events that are going on. Also potentially making it a game between members to have a contest to invite people, having goals for your club for the year. Also really, when you do have those prospective members who do show up, make sure how you follow up with them. So ask them what their expectations are, share expectations, ask them what's important to their goals. I know in our club, they'll sometimes get a random call from people on the membership committee afterwards, just to ask them what they thought. And so really thinking back to like when somebody is thinking about Rotary, helping them with that decision or setting up other conversations that matter to them. So that's kind of what we talked about.
Thank you, James. Very nice. Group two.
Bianca volunteered to be our reporter.
Thank you, Bianca.
That was great. You guys did a great job. A couple of our things was, one was to have your elevator speech prepared. So when you meet somebody on the street that you think is prospective, that you are prepared on the spot to talk about it and get them excited. And the other big thing that we covered was to be active and visible in our communities so that people know that Rotary is out there. Invite them to several meetings, invite somebody that you would like to be a member to several meetings. And even if you have to take them to the other club because it's going to be a better fit for them and or the club, that's okay too.
Very nice. Thank you. If you want more members, do more service projects, right? Group three.
Monica, you were
So,
going to.
so yes, we have a word of mouth and personal touch. So it's kind of like what James said, friends and family, or even people that we meet on the street. Presentations at other nonprofits, thinking that people who are serving one nonprofit, they much easier go and transition or share their time in the other nonprofit or the cause. Have speakers at meetings of businesses. So for example, like I understood this, like we see a business that maybe doesn't know about us and we would like to even to know their business, we can invite them to present their business, and in that time they can know about us at that meeting. And four-way test contests, that's a nice way to reach out to the teachers who doesn't know about what we do and maybe involved us and for the future projects. I mean, involve them. Sorry.
Right.
Cause-based clubs of interest. So inside of the engage cause-based clubs inside of the Rotary Club and reach out to these members, I mean, potential members of those interest areas. And we were talking about facilitating ways of participating, like time-based. I mean, that was not really how to attract, but the question was about the times and how to facilitate that to potential members, and the events reach out. On the events, being active, getting surveys out, or getting databases, fill out, for the future content.
I didn't quite catch the last point you made, Monica. Would you say that one more time?
Yeah, so like event outreach. So during
Oh,
the
yes.
event, gathering the data, emails, contact information through the
yes.
survey and stuff like that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Good work. Does anyone have any questions about our discussion or about this topic in general? I have one more question for you. Who is responsible for attracting and bringing in new members?
Everyone.
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 Just thought I'd check. Yes, everyone in the club is on the membership committee in one form or another. And it's important to remember that. Don't forget that it's the asking that makes it all possible. There's only one person in the history of Rotary who joined Rotary without being asked.
Yeah.
You know who that is, right?
Yes.
Okay. So ask. People are waiting to be asked, actually. Some of you have heard me talk about waiting 9 years to be asked. It's actually kind of a frustration. Anything else for the good of the order before we adjourn this topic? Thank
I
you
don't know
very
who was
much.
the person who.
I'm sorry? Who was the person?
I don't know.
Who's the person who joined Rotary without being asked?
Paul Harris.
Paul Harris. He's the one who started it all. So he,
Oh, yeah.
he had to ask himself. Everyone else has been asked.
Actually, nobody ever asked me. I just started showing up.
Yep.
Yeah, I wasn't
Just started and kept showing up.
Nobody
Yeah.
asked me.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
nobody asked me
I
to.
was a Rotary spouse for 20 years before I became a Rotarian, so that nobody needed to ask me, I guess.
I guess that's probably true. It is never an offensive thing to invite someone to be a Rotarian. So if you're willing to hear a no or now isn't the time, then you can ask the people who should be asked. The people who are service-minded and have integrity and will be a contribution to your club. Thank you, everyone. Great discussion.
Sunny, I want to mention one thing. We have a membership of 50.
Yeah.
And we have 6 couples that are in Rotary. Some of them were in other Rotary clubs and they left that Rotary club and then came to Lincoln South Rotary Club. But we currently have 6 couples, and our plug is ask your spouse to be a Rotarian. So that's what we're working on now.
Double your membership. Thank you
There
very
you
much.
go.
That's great. Thank
And
you.
you can always go to lunch with your spouse.
That's right. Always a privilege. Governor Dan, back to you.
Thank you, Governor. Now the next is club communication, and Jesse Allen is going to lead us in that.
Okay, so let me get my sharing up here. Okay, this section had a whole lot of different things they were talking about, varied topics about who, what, how. They wanted to talk about PR, speaker intros. So I've kind of devised some questions that hit the same topics. But I think the thing we're talking about here is how to have effective communication. And their first question is, what opportunities exist for a leader or any member of a Rotary Club to communicate with others. And I'm going to leave this as discussion. We're just going to fill this in. Can you all see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so in what ways do each of these people have to communicate? And the reason I'm going ahead with this first question is by thinking about each role and what they need to communicate to others, we start to think about what modes they're using and what they're communicating, how often, what are they doing it through text, phone, PowerPoint, email, whatever. So what does the president need to do to communicate with others, in what settings?
Meetings.
I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
Run the meetings. At least that's the way it works in our club.
Run the meetings. That is the key point of the president. So that's a very verbal thing, right? What other communication does the president need to do?
With their board, the board meeting.
Run the board meeting.
Send out information about upcoming meetings or upcoming events or policies.
Okay. Other thoughts? Let's talk about the secretary. How does your secretary communicate?
She runs a meeting with our president.
What?
She runs the meeting with our president.
Also runs the meeting.
Appropriate or inappropriate jokes.
Okay. You mean to give the joke or to monitor the joke?
At our club, our secretary has jokes every meeting. So
Wow.
We can't say whether they're good or bad all the time, but
Maintains the attendance.
And so that's with the district is where that will be reported.
Take and share minutes.
For the minute.
What? Minutes, prepare. How about the treasurer? Does the treasurer need to communicate with the club?
Past
taking
dues.
money for lunches.
What? Payment for lunches?
For lunches, yeah.
So some clubs actually manage the payment through their treasurer. In our case, we let everybody pay on their own. Others?
Collection of dues.
Financial statements.
Coco.
I'm sorry?
I have a question. Does they prepare monthly or just like a year? How often those financial statements are being prepared?
On a monthly basis. They are prepared and reported at each board, at the monthly board meeting. The treasurer also works with the incoming president to set the annual budget.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have another one there. Budget. Sergeant at Arms, does the Sergeant at Arms need to communicate with the club?
In our case, it's the Sergeant of Arms that sends out the weekly meeting reminders.
Okay, and what I'm sensing here is we have some different people doing these jobs, like in our club, that's often the secretary. Our Sergeant at Arms tells the joke.
And sometimes the sergeant at arms runs the happy dollars and
Yes.
fines
Right.
section of the meeting. Jokes are handy.
The money drawing. Yeah.
And I think as we get into communication, I'll pick this as an example just to give my story. Run Happy Dollars. In each of these cases, how can somebody be effective? That's what'll be the next segment. And I pick on Run Happy Dollars because one of our Rotarians in our Sunrise Club was the most effective. He was so joyous, so happy, involved everybody. He would collect happy dollars left and right. I know one time I just went to their meeting. He said, "Jesse, welcome to our club. Come over with me to the window." Talked about the great view. How many dollars is that view worth? But he just engaged everybody. So that's kind of what I'm heading for with this whole list is in each of these for your discussion, what makes an effective way to communicate or to communicate? How about the foundation chair? What does the foundation chair need to do? Do you have a foundation chair?
Find creative ways to raise funds.
Well, but I'm not, particularly in the communication, what does the foundation chair need to communicate?
I guess let the president know if they need to honor somebody during a Rotary meeting for their, like a Paul Harris Fellow or something like that.
Okay.
I think the foundation chair also needs to address the membership, perhaps maybe twice a year, because a lot of folks forget about the levels of giving and just really remind us, what the foundation does and what we can do.
And I agree completely with that sentiment, because my sense is most clubs, a lot of the club really kind of forgets about the foundation.
At our last RLI that I attended via Zoom here, one of your members said that they had their foundation chair give it like a 1-minute spiel at every meeting just to remind people, hey, this is the good that Rotary does. This is a fact about Rotary Foundation. And we've been having people do that, our foundation chair do that at every meeting. Just give like a very, very limited 1-minute spiel. Hey, last year we raised this much money, or this year this is the goal. And so.
Okay. How about the PR chair? Do you all have a PR chair? What should the PR, what should a PR chair be doing?
I think they should be able to write letters that we could submit to our local paper, just writing on who we're helping in our projects and, all the good stuff.
So papers are one way to get the word out. Are there other ways to get the word out?
Social media.
Social media.
What?
Social media.
Social media.
Oh, huge, yeah.
Do we all have somebody managing social media?
Yep.
Yeah.
And we actually throw up on our social media what we're going to be doing so that you can share it and all the members can share it with all their friends.
Okay, that's good. So kind of when we get into the discussion, I want to break us into groups. And I'd like y'all to look through the list and identify what you think are either problem areas for your club that you'd like to share and discuss and get thoughts on, or like that, success areas. What are you doing that you think is really working that maybe the other people in the group could learn from? What is an event chair?
Are breakup groups recorded? No.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm recording the one that I'm in, and that's basically it. But when we do the report outs, that's recorded.
Jesse,
Yes.
I look at communication as a two-way interaction between somebody, or I look at information giving, such as telling someone a report or whatever, that's informational. But to me, true communication is an actual interaction between people.
And I absolutely agree. And that was one of my big points for later, but since you brought it up, and we're gonna just step aside and talk about that. Does anybody else have a thought on two-way communications and how we make sure it happens?
Jesse?
Yes.
George Bernard Shaw once said that the principal difficulty with communication is the illusion that it has occurred.
Yes.
Yes.
I think
Absolutely.
that a big piece of communication is intention. And then also, what is it that I mean to get across, and then checking to make sure that it happened.
And do
If you
y'all
yell
do that?
fire and no one leaves the room, you didn't communicate.
Right. In my case, is that I've spent 10 years teaching computer science, but I always wanted to ask the question of the students after I posed a topic. What are your thoughts? How would you apply this? Can you tell me more? Because that's where I know, have I totally lost them? Have I totally bored them? Till I ask the question, I have no idea. Does anybody else have a technique that they like for knowing if they're getting the message across?
Always listening for questions. And what
Always listening for questions. Always have a question answer period. Other thoughts?
Well, it's hard during a time of Zoom, but watching body language is always a good way to tell if you're getting through to the person.
Right.
Definitely.
Huge.
Huge.
But ask questions and also help the other, because a good example is on Zoom. If the audio is not coming through or the video is not coming through, we need to always speak up and tell people. It is a two-way street.
It's true.
The event chair. Does the event chair communicate? An event chair, say you're running a golf tournament, say you're running a book giveaway drive, or
Your partner, if
Meetings.
you're working with a partner, the golf course for the golf tournament, your, food provider. So you've got to meet with all those people.
new members. Do we communicate with new members?
We'd better.
Way better. Do we get them to communicate with us? It's two ways, right?
Mhm.
Do we get them to communicate? Maybe have a new member do a presentation.
we have.
I already had that one.
Jesse, can I go back to event chair?
Absolutely.
The other part of that is giving your club updates so that you can maintain the excitement or the engagement with the club members.
Okay, that's a great one. Have an update. Also, besides update, an event chair would need to communicate schedules, right?
Well, and with their committee too, if they're the chair.
Mhm.
Right.
And maybe a postmortem if it didn't go so well.
That's a great example. Yes.
Or if it did.
Either way,
What can we do
absolutely.
better? What can we do better?
A comparison of participation with last time you had the event.
Yes.
Webmaster, do y'all have websites?
I wanted to add to the new members still.
Yes.
Because here we can apply the surveys and those follow-ups after the first meeting, and also assign the mentorship to maintain them engaged. So surveys, mentorship,
And we're
follow up.
inducting, oh, go on, Monica, I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
Oh, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh. And also, so at before meeting, we had this kind of test of the personality test. So for us, it would be very insightful what kind of personality they represent. Because sometimes our view about ourselves is one thing, and then we don't know much about ourselves sometimes.
So
And these kind of
personality
tests.
tests for new members? Oh, really? Okay.
I mean, that's not like, because it seems like invasive in a way, but we all love, I mean, a lot of people love to just know more about themselves. And there's many personality tests that they're fun and we can just share them if they would want to do that. That would be
Right.
of benefit.
And we've done that. We've shared things we have done in our past. A good game I know our club has done is we'll have everybody submit something unusual about their life that nobody would know. And then it's a public guessing game for everybody to figure out, okay, who is it that had a date with Arnold Schwarzenegger? That actually was one of the answers, by the way.
Wow.
Nice.
The one thing that we have done with members is I do once a month, I do a member moment and I select a member and I have them answer 3 questions, like something about themselves or family. And then why did they join Rotary and something we don't know about them. I had an interesting one for my member moment this Friday. He told me, and I had no idea, that he is an extreme introvert and that this is very difficult for him to do. But he said, and he thought about it for like a week. And he said, but I will do this. And I said, and what can I help to facilitate that process? And he said, no, I'll be okay. But I think we sometimes forget when we ask people to come to the microphone that they're not comfortable with that. So I think we need to be aware of people's comfort zones.
Right, we do.
That's why personality test would be.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
Webmaster, does the webmaster communicate? Maybe. It's often a static thing, but it could have current news, right?
You could
The
also have
speaker-
like discussion forums on your website where people can contribute or have discussions online through the website.
Okay.
Yeah, he communicates with the public, maybe if he's involved in the responding. Maybe he's a social media person, but usually that's kind of like behind the scene person that communicates to the PR chair, I would say.
Okay, the communicates with PR, the webmaster, right?
Yeah, because webmaster doesn't really have, I mean, in my experience, because I was a director of marketing, so like webmaster is more of a technical person that doesn't really.
It often can be, yes.
Yeah, so it's more of a through his channel is a PR chair or a promotion, I guess. Chair. No,
Right.
here we have PR chair. Yes.
It's part of PR. The speaker certainly has a talk. And we talked about question and answer too.
What we have done with our speaker is we ask them to send us a short bio and their pictures so that we can post that then on our webpage that this is what's happening at our upcoming meeting. And that way it gives people background before they come, or for those that are trying to figure out if they want to come or not. And it's another way for us to get to know that speaker better.
Membership care chair, do y'all have membership care committee? I know in bigger clubs in the past, there have been trays or chains where if somebody has died or is sick or needing help, there's a mechanism to get notice out to the club. So those are a lot of ideas of where we need to communicate. And we've come up with a few ideas on how to communicate. So what I wanted to do is break us into groups because I really like getting everybody involved, sharing their ideas, and really just have you for 15, maybe 20 minutes, talk about ideas you have. If you have a problem with an area, talk about it. Or if you have, like a few have shared here, something you think is working pretty well for one of these areas of communication, share your ideas. Dan, how am I doing on time? I didn't watch the clock.
That's what I'm checking.
What?
We're doing very well.
Well, we're
Yeah,
early.
about 24 minutes.
24 minutes left?
Yes.
Okay, let's do this for 15 minutes and then I've just got some other questions, topics we can talk about. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to take this whole thing that we have here. I'm going to post it into the chat. Let's see how this works. Oh.
All right, so for the breakout rooms, I moved some people around. We still have 3 rooms. So if you're all amenable, Bruce, if you will still facilitate room 1. Tom Lindsay, if you would facilitate room 2. And Sunny, if you would facilitate room 3. Is that okay?
Okay.
Sounds good. So we'll give this 15 minutes.
Okay, here we
Jesse,
go.
what's the question?
Wait a minute.
The
I'm still
question
not
is
clear on what it
really
is we're
just-
doing.
The question is really just thinking about ways we communicate with others that we think are particularly effective or where we are having problems with communication. I'll give an example with a problem. My wife is a secretary and she is frustrated as heck that she doesn't get responses to emails. She does a lot of emails to the club, but it's very common that she doesn't get a response back. That would be a good question for solution. So
I might remind everyone that we don't talk about what we mean by effective very often, but the dictionary says that it is serving the purpose. So presumably there's a purpose for every
Right.
communication.
Okay.
All
Very
right, here we
good. So let's
Here we
go.
go. Okay.
All right.
Hello again.
Oh, we did our work.
Oh, still here. There we go.
Okay, looks like we're all back. I guess I didn't give specific instructions, but I would think maybe each of the groups, are there anything that stands out as the aha or a special topic, special discussion you had? How about group 1?
Group 1. I'll open that up to anybody that was with us or anything, James or Dieta. Anything you guys want to share? Otherwise, I'll put my 2 cents in there.
Go for it.
Go for it. Well, we, what we talked about was there's all kinds of ways to communicate. And my personal belief was the best way is one-on-one. I want to be able to see the person that I'm talking to. Because I want to see their reaction. Sometimes the words you hear are not really what's going on. Okay. You can tell much more by seeing the person. That's why Zoom works so much better than simply sending stuff out, and hoping people will read it. And the other thing is we talked about is how many people you send out a message, does everybody, do they even open their email? Okay. And you don't know, there's no way to verify that. So the best way, and this is my view, I felt that the best way to communicate is one-on-one, where you can have some visual feedback on whether the person is, do they accept what you're saying? Do they understand what you're saying? Are they actually going to do what they say they're going to do? That kind of a thing. So we had a pretty lively discussion going.
So I'd agree with that. I like one-on-one discussions, and I think you hit on a key point, particularly if you're wanting to enlist people to do a job, particularly a significant job, president, secretary, or committee chair. One-on-one, face-to-face are by far the best.
That's right. And we talked about a lot of other things too, like weekly letters to the, emails back to everybody on what's going on in the club and that sort of thing. So, all of that is great, provided that that your members are actually opening the email and reading it. So, how to verify that's difficult to do sometimes.
And that is my club struggle. My wife is our secretary right now. She is very diligent about sending out notices of everything that's happening, but it's just frustrating. We just have no clue if we have 5% or 85% being viewed. That's a problem with email, unless somebody has a great solution.
Doesn't Club Runner have the capacity to find out whether people opened emails? Donette does.
Yes.
And I know we're the only club in the district that is using DACDB. And I've heard our secretary say, hey, you know what? Only 6% opened that last message. So she in that system. So I would assume there would be a similar thing in Club Runner. So when they send it out.
I appreciate Bruce, because I always know Bruce got the message. There's always a response. There is.
Yeah.
It's a short response, but there's a response. I know he got it, and I know that one worked. So, yeah.
Okay, so let's go on to group 2.
Okay, we talked about a few different things. Effective communication. We need to make our point and then figure out a way to know that the person we're talking to understands our point. We have to receive the information in the simplest form in order to act on it. Will they remember it later? So maybe you have to be creative in the way that you present your information so that they'll remember it later. Ways in being effective, we talked about doing email and text, because some of these older people are not doing texting, or I've seen a lot of older people do texting. Maybe they're not doing emails anymore. But
I'd agree. That's very important. And when we do our club announcements of a speaker coming up this next time, we do both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our club's not doing any texting, so I've made a big note of that. In your emails, don't be repetitive. Just be clear, be succinct, and if it's something that's really important, denote that in the subject line in all caps. Just a quick, not your whole message, but just please reply, please respond, important, and then in the message, not too much detail. Just be quick, just state the facts. What do you want? What do you need? What do you need to tell, and go on. And then another good point that came up is if you do need to speak to someone in person, or do want to speak to someone in person for whatever reason, maybe use that text or that email as a way to find an appropriate time that meets both of your schedules, rather than calling and say, hey, can we talk? Using that other communication. One person as a way for her club members to communicate with her as a president, she has a notepad and pens so that, you know, if I go up to her and say, hey, can we discuss this? I'm telling her, but I'm also writing it down. So later she's reminded that we had a discussion. You know, these club presidents, sometimes you get overwhelmed at a meeting with people asking questions or making suggestions. And I thought that was a really awesome idea.
Very good. Group 3.
Group 3, we discussed some of the groups don't have all the different secretaries and sergeant at arms and everything else. So there's a lot of jobs that the presidents or others are doing and may not have the time to be effective in communication. So setting the expectations, trying to find other people for those other jobs or even backups, and then asking people and talking to them face to face.
Okay. One thing I know has been,
Or who's talking? Oh, Jesse.
oh, go ahead.
One thing that I have done with Zoom is I have an individual, my membership chair, that I don't think he reads email, text. I don't think he does any of that. He does, but not to me. So if he's on the Zoom meeting, I go to chat and I pick him and I say, hey, John, call me after the meeting, and I put on my cell phone number. Just some way to kind of jive their memory that I really need to talk to you now. And then I don't, when I talk to him, I don't say, hey, you didn't respond to my email, my text. I don't reprimand him on that, but at least I get some response. So that's how I use Zoom behind the scenes. Sorry.
I think we need to learn to use all the mechanisms we have, because some people I know respond to text. Some people I know respond to email. Some people will actually look at Facebook. Some people think they're going to put an invitation on Facebook and everybody's just going to see it. But I do think we all need to learn all these mechanisms. I know when we've had these discussions before about communication, the topics very commonly drifted to Facebook and social media. It did occur to me in the discussion groups, I wasn't hearing much about Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. I was a little surprised that it wasn't on somebody's mind. Do y'all use social media effectively? Any good examples?
Oh, we do on Facebook with upcoming meetings, who's going to be speaking and everything else, and just then reminders of community projects that we have going on or get-togethers or whatever else, just to remind people.
Okay. Do you complement that with text message or email or other mechanisms?
Well, there's the reminders at our weekly meeting as well. And then this is just an additional, and sometimes there are emails that follow up with it.
And I'm very curious on Facebook. What do you think the receipt is? How many people are actually viewing that? That's just my personal concern about Facebook, is I'm just not
It's hard to tell.
feeling like people are getting the message from Facebook.
It's hard to tell, but there are a lot that will, and we make it shareable. There are a lot that will then go and share it to their page as well. So it helps grow it.
Okay.
People, so.
Okay. So that gets back to that earlier question about how.
If I can.
Yes, who was it?
If I can share this, I kind of do that. In Facebook, you can do and check everything. So you can have, you actually can see it, the manager sees it, how many clicks, how many shares, how many views organically or by your promotion is there. So for example, I wanted to share my promotion that I am doing. So this is an example and a promotion at the same time. I'm helping promoting our fundraiser for Valentine's Day dinner. So I established the social post this Monday, and by a few days ago, we already had 1,000 views, organic views on the just to share with the one group, because what you do is you post it on your website, then you want to be part of many groups of your surroundings. So there's many groups, like let's say Albuquerque buy and sell group, or what's up here, or so there's the person that is doing the social media needs to be part of those groups to be able to share them and socially share them to these other groups. And then through those groups, people liking, sharing, commenting. And just so you guys know the success of this, Monday I shared the event. It's a very exclusive event. 56 people can only go to that dinner. We're doing it at the lodge here. It's a Hickory's object. 5 stars, and nobody can really go there. So we're doing dinner there. And through PayPal, I already got 19 people bought it. So I actually created a website, created a link, and they actively did the call to action and bought the ticket. So we already at 1 week, we already have this many sales. So it's pretty good for the 1 week. So that can spread, that's the social media, because it's a socially spread. This is something that people like. It has a good graphic. It needs to have a call to action always.
It's 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
And if I can already as well, I wanted to share with you that link, and we are actively looking for raffle donations of some sort. So from any of your clubs, because here we don't really have many things. So all those people who are coming, they can travel. That's why I wanted to talk to you, Donna.
Okay. Well, good. Monica, thank you for all of that. Dan, it looks like we're about out of time, right?
Yes, we are.
Jesse, could I just say one thing? I realized as we're speaking today that I don't always respond to let people know I got their email. If it doesn't look like they need a response, then I don't. I say, oh, well, I don't need any action. So maybe if we want a response, we need to say, please reply.
And that does get back to the comment earlier that if you send an email and you really need action, put it in the subject line.
In the subject line.
Because a lot of people read the subject line and move on.
Exactly. And actually for the rest of us, it just a reminder for myself to be more like Bruce and acknowledge all my emails.
That's good. Okay, Dan, back to you.
Okay. I had something about a coalition with Rotary.
Yes. Jesse and I were just talking during the break and realized that we had not mentioned one of our key resources for effective communication, which is Rotary International's current alliance with Toastmasters. And Toastmasters is very like Rotary in the sense that they meet weekly and they have members all over the world, and they're structured very similarly in terms of district leadership. Toastmasters has placed 8 different lessons on the Learning Center in Rotary International's Rotary.org that talk about various pieces of presentations, how to create a speech, how to present a speech, and you're welcome to visit Toastmasters meetings and invite Toastmasters to speak at your meetings or just be guests. They of course, have no avenue for service, so they can often be enticed to join you for that. I'm a member of an online Toastmasters group that is based in Albuquerque, but has members in Arizona and El Paso and Silver City. And it's really interesting and extremely useful. I've gotten a lot out of it and I'm enjoying the people enormously. So if you have questions, be sure to get in touch with me. And do think about involving yourself one way or another with Toastmasters.
Thank you, Sunny.
You're welcome.
Okay, are we ready to go then?
We are, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'm pleased, everybody, to be able to talk about team building. And we'll take a quick look at Jeff, if you will bring up the first page there. I guess it's page number 28. Here we go. So team building. And so, you know, Rotary exists, I think, on teams and committees and so on and so forth. We're going to talk about that. So if you if we follow along with me here as we look at the team building cover page, it says I can lead right underneath the team building terminology there. It says I can lead and promote my club's collaboration in effective and motivated groups to accomplish our goals of service. And generally speaking, what we're talking about is committees and teams, but committees primarily. Our session goals here are to look at teams and team building, how they're used. And I've got some examples that we'll look at in a brief, just very briefly. We'll talk about the advantages and disadvantages of teams. Actually, you know, there's mostly the advantages. I'm not sure of too much on the disadvantage side. And then we'll talk about the, you know, how teams will examine teams as a tool of leadership. This falls in, by the way, back in the day when we first started teaching this here in District 5520, there were 3 general areas that Rotary Leadership Institute covered, and I think it's still applicable, and that is there's a leadership spiral, and that's what this particular lesson follows. There's also lessons on membership and then service. Those were the 3 general areas, and I think we're still following that. So we're in the leadership spiral, if you will. If you look at the different materials, we've got a couple of things here that are useful, some that have sort of gone by the way, but the one that we're most interested in is TB2, which is the Club Coat of Arms exercise. We're going to briefly go through the session topics, then we're going to break you into groups, and what you'll do is you're going to create a coat of arms for Rotary. And that's why I was asking that hopefully some people will be able, you know, someone will have some colored markers, because if you look back on page, I'm not sure what the page is in your group, but on the last page, next to the last page, right next to TB3, it says Club Coat of Arms. It's a blank coat of arms. There it is. Thank you, Jeff. And what I'm going to have you do as a group is decide, what do you want to put in your coat of arms? And the results, of course, will depend on, you know, whoever's, you know, how adept they are at drawing. But if you really are having a hard time, just write in there what you want to put in there. But hopefully we'll have someone there with some, in case of Jesse's group, I think he'll have an electronic way to do that. But for everybody else, pick someone who has a little bit of maybe artistic background, and come up with a coat of arms. That's the thing we're going to spend most of the time on today. I'm only going to spend about less than 10 minutes or so on the topics, and I'm going to give you about 15 or 20 minutes to work on your coat of arms, and then come back. And what I want to know is not only, you know, how you did it, but why you did it the way you did it, and how. And how did you make things happen? I want to see how this particular group worked together as a group, and as a team, and how you built that team. Okay, so getting into our session topics here. The first question there is a question, an overview. This is going to toss up for you guys. Is why should we use team building and committee teams in the Rotary Club? Why is it important? Why is team building important in a Rotary Club? And I guess the question is, what do we do with teams? How do we translate that? What is a team in a Rotary Club actually?
A committee?
It's a committee. Yeah. Who said that?
Donna?
Hey, hi, Donna. Thanks very much. Yeah, we're talking about committees, teams and committees. Are they the same? Well, maybe not exactly, but in most cases they are. Okay. Is a commit, but here's the other question. Is a committee always a team? Think about the size of clubs.
Oh.
Anybody?
Unfortunately, many times we have committees of one.
Ah, boy, yep, you hit it right on the money. Who said that? Is that you, John?
Our
Governor
governor.
Bob.
Oh, it's Governor Bob.
That's
Okay.
Governor Bob, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the size of the club. And even large clubs sometimes have a committee of one. I did for a number of years. I was a membership chair. This is back in the early 2000s, 2005 timeframe. I was a membership chair and I was a committee of one. Yeah, that's the way. And I didn't know any better. I didn't know I could recruit other people to be on my committee. I just took that and ran with it. Okay, so a committee is not always a team. It can't be one person.
Bruce?
And especially on really small, we're talking really small clubs. More than likely, they're going to be a single person.
Bruce?
Go ahead, Sonny.
I just wanted to mention that not every group works as a team either.
Ooh.
Many of us have been on committees that said they were a team but did not operate as one, and it's an extremely painful experience.
It is. It is, especially when you have to do things online. You never get a response back from the rest of the members.
There's that too.
Okay, so now here's a reference. Rotary has produced a document called Be a Vibrant Club. How many of you are familiar with that? I won't be able to see all of you, raise your hands, but Be a Vibrant Club. I want you to take a look at this, and Jeff, you might have to scroll up so we can see yeah. So, this is one of the things that we here in 5520 have spent a lot of time with this particular document on being a vibrant club and the things that you can do to be a vibrant club.
Everyone, it's in your packet, but it's not in this module. It's on page 8.
It's on page 8 of your packet if you're having trouble reading this. And you can go ahead and expand that a little bit, Jeff. We don't need to see the top part. I just need to see the 10, if we can. I also want to be able to see the bottom part. Okay. All right. So what I want you to do here, if you're not familiar with this, and this is something that we've been teaching to our president-elects. In fact, we have a number of these things. I forget, Jeff, how many times we've taught this, but some really good information here on vibrancy, and it is and what Rotary is trying to tell everyone is that vibrant clubs are the ones that are growing. Okay, and there's reasons why they grow. And these are some of the reasons and things that you can do. And so what I want you to do is just glance at this if you're not familiar with it. And there's a couple of areas here, one in particular that can assist us in forming teams. Can anybody just glancing at this, anything stand out at you as how we can, or something that really points directly at forming committee teams?
Old club meetings that keep members engaged and informed.
Okay, that could be, all right, but there's one even better than that.
Practical committees.
Strong relationships.
Strong relationships. Yeah,
Sure,
that's
our
one of
members
them.
are actively involved.
Communicate.
Create practical communities.
Hey, that's it. Bottom right-hand corner. What is that? Someone read that to me.
Create practical committees for your club.
Yeah.
Small clubs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Small clubs, and it goes on to say small clubs. How can you combine the work of the committees, large clubs? And they do have to do that. Believe me, I've seen some very small clubs. And the large clubs create additional committees to get the, all the members involved. The idea is involvement. And the more involved that your members are, the better things will be. And so I just wanted you to know that this is what, be a vibrance, this vibrancy thing does, it has a lot of good ideas, but some of them talks about leadership. And there was a couple others that you mentioned. For example, if you count them 1 through 10 going, 1 is at the very top, and then 2 is to the right of that, and 3 is to the left below, and so forth. So down on number, I think it's number 7, develop strong relationships with your club. That's a way that that teams can help do that, as you make a member part of a team, new members, and also make sure your new members are involved in activities that genuinely interested them. Get them interested, find out, remember, this goes into expectations, which what we discussed earlier in our group. And what are your new member expectations? And then get them into a committee, get them into some type of a team where they can exercise that desire, that what they want, how they want to get involved. So we just wanted to introduce you to this. Thank you, Jeff. We can go back to the front page again. Actually, we don't even need to go back to the front page for this point. Oh yes, Jeff, would you bring back the page and go to page 30, which shows the committee team structures.
This is
Yeah, it's before that.
Page 29.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, page 20. Yeah, it depends on which book you're looking at. All right, real quickly here, we're talking about how can we make effective use of Rotary teams and committees. Rotary exists on committees and teams to get things done. And the exception is for the really, really small clubs where you have one person. They may even have, I visited one club, I can't remember the name of the club right now, but they only had 7 members. So some of these things everybody did everything, so they were all responsible for everything. So if you look real quickly at the top there, the standard Rotary Club, all clubs generally have about 5 major areas of that they are broken down into: club administration, membership, public relations, service projects, and Rotary Foundation. And so this is a standard club. Underneath there, you can see what happens is the general areas don't change, but the amount of things that people can be broken down into separate groups does. So your really large, very large clubs can go, have a lot more committees than say a smaller club. And at the very bottom there is your very small club, in which you're probably going to have one person. Okay, that's going to probably, in many cases, that are going to be in charge of some of these general areas: administration, membership, public relations, and so forth. So these are different ways in how club committees can be structured, and it's all based on the number of members of the club and their willingness to get involved. Thank you, Jeff. All right, real quick. When we talk about teams and what we do with teams, there's 2 things that they recommend we discuss here, and that is how important is or are the delegation of tasks and duties. And before we go any further, are they the same thing or are they different? What's the difference between a duty and a task? Anybody got an idea? No right or wrong answers here.
You're such a dork.
A duty, I would say a duty is something that's kind of like ongoing, an ongoing piece of a responsibility that you may have. But a task is going to have a beginning and an end to it. It's gonna be more of a finite action.
Thank you, Marty. Yeah, you're right on the target. If we think about what we just looked at, in the club committee team structures underneath the club board, you know, a committee or a duty might be club administration. And underneath that are going to be specific tasks that have to be done. Marty hit it right on the head. Duty is very general. It's things you're responsible for. How you do those things and how you accomplish those things are done with tasks. Are generally tasks are duties are very broad in scope, but tasks on the other hand are very specific, you know, it all depends on the number of people that you have, the size of your group, as to how you're going to utilize your folks, whether they, you know, and how many people you have that can actually be assigned a task. The question then comes, can there be tasks separate from your normal routine, I would say, club board organization? Can you have tasks that would fall outside of that? Something that very unusual that you haven't seen before? Could that happen?
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. You know, I can't give you a really good example right now, but generally speaking, that would, it can happen. It's very rare that a task comes, all of a sudden the president of the club realizes, hey, we've got to, you know, this is something that we should get involved with, but it's really not covered in any of the duty areas, you know, within a Rotary Club. So you might have to create someone or ask someone to take on a single task that doesn't really fall under any of those. It doesn't happen very often, but it could. All right. So real quickly, we're already running out of time here. So you've got, if you're looking at your committees, how are committees set up? Well, generally speaking, they're going to be a committee chair, and then you're going to have people that are, you know, that fall underneath that. Then they may each have individual responsibilities. Again, it depends on what they're doing. Now, my question is, how does the club president get involved with these committees, or should they get involved? Anybody got any thoughts on that?
They should.
They should, but how? Donna, you raised your hand.
Yeah, I think they should attend meetings sporadically, because they'll get to know what's going on and perhaps, you know, keep the committee on track.
Okay.
It's always evolving and things like that.
And
okay,
I
so
think another reason is to show support.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you don't want to just send them off and never check on them, you know, and forget about them. So that's a very good point. So obviously, what the club president should do is hopefully they're going to define what the mission is of this particular committee, and then follow up. And if they need help, if they come to you as the president and they need help, then you need to provide them with that. But the thing is, as we pointed out, we hope and we don't recommend that you micromanage and tell them what they should be doing. Let them do the job. Okay, give them the responsibility. Okay, now we have this little exercise. We're going to break you into groups. Already introduced it to you. And you have instructions there on TB2, but basically, you know, it talks about heraldry and what the purpose is and so on and so forth. What I want you to do is to design, develop, and explain a Rotary coat of arms and heraldry. And it goes on to say that you're not limited to using that particular blank shield. If you wanted, you know, use another piece of paper and create your own shield, you can. But we've got that one there for you. And I know, Jesse, you've got an electronic way to do this, so that works good for your team. So okay, so symbols, colors, designs, we want you to be able to explain why you did what you did and how it relates to Rotary. And then we're going to talk about the process. Okay, and this takes us back into the meaning of this particular lesson, which is team building. And I want to know who did what and why, and how you got involved. And I've got a bunch of questions I'm going to ask you. So, Jeff, I think we are ready to go ahead and break. Can you give us, let us know who's going to be in each room?
I will. When are we reconvening?
How much time, Bruce?
Well, I'd like to get what time. How are we doing? We're at 23 minutes, almost 24 minutes now, 15 minutes. I'll give you 15 minutes to come up with your, and then we'll have about 10 to 15 minutes where we can discuss it.
Okay, so for room 1, I've got past district governor Sonny and past district governor Tom to help facilitate. Room 2 is going to be past district governor Dan, past district governor Dick, and myself. And room 3 is going to be past lieutenant governor Jesse and current governor Bob. Okay, 15
And
minutes.
remember that when we're done, I need someone from the group that actually, one of you participants, to explain why you did it, how you did what you did, why you did it that way. And then we're going to discuss about, okay, how did your structure work? Who was responsible for what and why did you do it that way? Okay. Any questions?
15 minutes. Here we go.
15
Yes.
minutes.
Is there a question?
Your objective again is
The
to have a
objective,
product,
they're
right?
going to create, each team will create the heraldry, the coat of arms.
Okay.
Then they're first going to explain what it means, why they did it that way. And then I want to know, and then I've got some questions I'm just going to ask, and anybody on the team can answer about leadership. Okay. Who did what and who took, that sort of thing. Who took responsibility for this, that, and the other thing.
Okay. 15 minutes. Here we go, folks.
Okay. George, you'll have to select there to join your group. Okay. Jeff, are you up? Oh, there we go. Breakout rooms.
First one's back. Everybody else is doing their last minute fix.
Hey, James Reed, what Rotary Club are you with?
Suburban Rotary Omaha.
Ah, cool.
650. I'm in the same club as Dan. Dan's in the same club also.
Gotcha.
Listen, where are you located? Because I have an idea. You guys are all in the Southwest somewhere.
Mostly New Mexico, some West Texas. That is our district. It's all of New Mexico and the western wing of Texas. You could think of it as a wing.
Or West Texas, yeah.
Far West Texas. We're far West Texas.
Well, we're
Far-
almost
far
everybody's
being-
back. All right.
What?
Okay, got everybody back. We're running out of time. We might run a little bit long. Is that okay, Dan?
We have the spare.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of spare. Okay, let's start with group number 1. And, describe your, we'll start by describing your coat of arms.
Marty.
Oh,
Put it up
no.
on the screen so we can see it.
It's okay.
Okay, all right. Well, all right, guys, you're not gonna get the pretty version because I'm here scribbling the. Do you want me to explain?
Yes,
this?
please. Yes, please.
Okay. All right, I am so sorry. You're not, this is.
Oh, can I get a picture?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
You'll just have to explain it to us because we
Okay.
can't.
yeah, hold it still.
What we did, okay.
Okay,
And
right
if
there.
everyone put up speaker view, that might help because then we can see it a little bit more clearly.
Hey, that's a good point.
Actually, I'm gonna do this. I click
Oh,
spotlight.
There we go. Now we can see it.
Oh,
Did that
no.
help?
Okay, what we have here is we have Rotary, and the wheel.
The
here.
logo, right.
The logo.
The gear.
And then over here, the four-way test. And then in the center section, we started with the world, but this was actually, we drew it down to community. So we had here service projects and friendship. And this is meant to be hands joined together across the community to accomplish things, to accomplish projects and good works in our community. And of course, down here we had to include a heart, because our projects and our service are all done with great heart. And then over here are the Rotary International avenues of focus. And then here we would have selected and put our clubs areas of focus, symbols of that.
All right. All right. Very good. Round of applause for
Very
for-
good.
All right. Good job.
Thank
Okay,
you,
let's go to
Maureen.
Oh,
Really good.
Bruce,
I am not
Bruce,
an artist.
Bruce, can I interject here?
Certainly.
I triggered a spotlight on her, which forced everybody's view to speaker. So if anybody wants to go back and look at the whole group, go to the upper right and select gallery view.
Right.
But I can change it to this view. I can't change it back for everybody.
Well, this is very helpful, especially for looking at the pictures.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Well done, especially considering we didn't have anybody in group one that had the ability to do this electronically. And I said, hey, just write what you want in there and describe it. It worked. Good job. Okay, group two.
Deanna, we'll come back to the issue of process later.
Okay, that's fine.
Group two, who's group two?
Group two is our group, Monica.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was just still kind of working on this. Let me share the screen.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
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 Ah,
So here, I just quickly, without the, I really like the fact of the Rotary, because we kind of were missing. So that I did on myself. I'm sorry, guys, but I just had
Nope,
to
looks good.
quickly incorporate the logo. But basically what we did is we did the international in the form of world and people symbol in the middle. And then we incorporated 4 symbols of the 4-way test, each starting with what is the truth? Is it, does it make a better friendship? So here's a friendship side, beneficial, and
Fair to all concerned.
Fair to all concerned.
and then we have a nice saying, please, can that was done, right?
It's colon honest, colon.
Yes.
And it means honest heart, pure heart.
Oh, cool.
Wow. Nice.
Very good. All right. A round of applause for group two. All right, good job. Very nicely done. And again, we'll be back to talk about process when all 3 have shown us their heraldry. Okay, group 3.
Yay, Monica.
Okay, go guys. I'm just the artist.
Ours was focused on the core values of Rotary, there are 5 of them, and we had 5 spots on the coat of arms. So, and we just had an example of each within each box.
Very nice, including our governor's picture.
Well, we Googled leadership and this is what came up.
All right. I mean, it could have been.
That's great. That's great.
Very cute.
He's trying to get an A.
That's right.
Very nice.
Okay, very good. Very good job, everybody. And let's go, if we can go back to the other, let's view. Let's go to the gallery view so we can all see each other. Okay, now let's talk about how, you know, the process that you guys went through. Let's start with group number 1. And I'm just going to give you some questions. But first, tell me, what do your notes say there, Marty? Was it who?
Actually, it was Deanna who took
Was
the
it-
notes on process.
Okay.
Okay, on our process, we had a very actively engaged group and everybody was kind of excited to do this. And it started out right away with Hollis sharing her 3 perspectives that automatically came to mind because she does doodling. And so she came up right away with the rotary wheel, the 4-way test and service. And then from there, we had to come up with who was going to be our artist. And of course, nobody wanted to do it, but we were able to persuade Marty because she had the appropriate pens, so she would be able to do this. And we supported her along the way and gave her encouragement and validated what she was doing. Everybody on the team, including Tom chimed in and said, we need to include service. We had a discussion on how do you read a coat of arms? You know, do you go left to right, middle? How do you read this? And we determined it would be read differently. And we felt like probably one of the most important parts should be in the middle section. We wanted to use the Rotary brand, and the 4-way test were 2 things that we unanimously thought should be included. Let's see. Let's see. I have, just a minute, I have one other person here. Christine mentioned we had not talked about Polio Plus, and we think about Polio Plus as being so significant as we talk about Rotary. And so Christine identified the 3 components of the health. And so it was determined that this is something that we should definitely include. We felt we were anchored geographically because of the hands and the world. And it was actually, I hope, Bianca, who suggested that we put the Rotary brand as a watermark and the 4-way test over it. But as we worked through this process, we shared the ideas and then we drew consensus to decide this is what we're going to put in all the sections. So I think we would be a great new Rotary chapter and we could conquer the world because we were awesome.
Let me ask you a question. This is for anybody in the group. Did you actually select a leader for this, or did somebody emerge as a leader for your group?
We had Sunny. She's always the leader.
Okay.
I was only a facilitator.
Oh, no, I listened into you guys a couple of times. You have some good ideas.
I don't think we had I think we were all very participatory.
Were there any conflicts? And if so, how did you resolve them?
Well, what we did is we first shared our ideas, and then quite quickly we decided that the core values of the Rotary would be the way we would want to go. And after that, it seemed like we were just this cohesive group that was kind of just running all together in the right direction.
Okay, very good. In the sake of time, let's go to group 2. Thank you very much, group 1. Good job. Well done.
Thank you, Deanna. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, group 2, real quick. Can you give us a quick synopsis of how you did it? In other words, did you have a leader? Did a leader emerge? Did you just, everybody just had an opportunity to get involved? What was your process?
As soon as we went into the room, Monica had already had her graphic arts stuff up and ready to go. So she took control over that, and she was really good at a lot of ideas being thrown at her very quickly and trying to find the proper graphic to meet it. So she
Okay.
was the leader.
Did you select a spokesperson to deliver, to explain what you did? And how did you do that?
We did not. It was
We were too busy
natural.
building.
Monica took it naturally.
Okay, very good. All right. And any other techniques that you use that you want to share? I'll give you one more. Let me ask you this. Were there any special talents or any that you took advantage of here? It sounds like you did.
Monica.
Monica's
Yeah.
a special
Okay.
talent. Yes.
Very good job.
And somebody has a
Special
nice
weapons.
knowledge of Gaelic.
Outstanding. Okay.
Dan knows a little Gaelic, so that came in very handy.
That was awesome. That was like a cherry on top because it's just brought this for the ribbon part where the words we could put it. But all of us, I mean, I was just searching for the graphic and guys everybody was looking because I shared the screen. So they saw what I was searching for. So everybody was like, no, this one.
It sounded like a good team effort. Well done. Congratulations. Let's go to group 3. Team number 3.
I just want to say, if I was stuck on a desert island, I would want to be with group 3.
Hey, James.
So I guess we'll all talk because that's what we did before. But we really, separated the duties and we all gave input really, fairly, and so it was a great conversation.
Okay. Now, would you say a leader emerged or was chosen, or did or everybody working together?
Bob is our natural leader. You have to direct us all.
No,
I think what
everybody,
was good about the group is
very
that
collaborative.
I think what was good about our group is everybody had about the same amount of airtime. Like we all kind of understood that we needed to kind of contribute equally, and I think that we did that.
Okay. Can you show us the results of your work?
Yeah. Oh,
Jesse,
We took
that's-
advantage of Jesse's phenomenal virtual skills. He was awesome.
You
But he
already
deleted
deleted
it.
it.
well, no, I'm trying to get back to it.
We've turned ours into a tattoo if anybody wants it.
Yeah,
What a great idea.
there we go.
With the Governor Bob, no?
Yeah.
There you go.
That's great. So I just want to mention something in passing that I didn't learn until after the last time we'd done this exercise, which is that Rotary International actually prefers that their logo not be inside any other graphic. So we want to be careful about that.
Particularly, I know that includes becoming part of another logo.
Right. Or like.
And I
making
know
a
that
deep
because we
period
used to
of our
do that.
coat of arms.
Oh, so are you saying then that the use of the 4-way test there was in violation of that?
No, I think it was the Rotary word and the Rotary
The
here.
master brand that
Oh,
was
okay.
part of the 4-way test.
I got you.
Well,
I can
would it
understand.
be in the context of the 4-way test, though?
I don't
mean-
believe so. I think it's just the logo itself.
So are you
We
saying,
were going to make a T-shirt out of our coat of arms, and we were told that that's actually not a preferred use of it. It's
Well, let me tell you how I found that particular image. I searched specifically for the Rotary site.
oh, I
That was somewhere on the
understand.
Rotary site.
It was putting it inside the coat of arms. that
Inside the
would be
coat of
a-
arms, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So group 3, did a leader emerge there? Was did someone step up and take a leadership position in your group, or did it just kind of gel together?
I just sort of just set the stage and said, we have 5 areas there that seems like it's going to work with the core values. And then everybody just took off from there.
Okay, super. Any conflicts? How did you, as far as, how did you decide on what was going to go in there? And were there any conflicts, and how did you handle those?
Well, They,
images.
go ahead.
I was just saying the only conflict was one of the images wouldn't work with this.
Yeah, it was a
I couldn't hear
technical
you there,
detail.
James. Okay.
He was saying we had a technical difficulty with one image. I couldn't copy
Oh,
it.
one image. Yeah, I think I was there for that. Yeah.
But what I did was I just pulled up a web browser and searched for graphics and just let them look through it and pick what they wanted.
Okay. And when you picked something, how was that agreed upon? That you would use it?
Seemed like they all agreed. Yeah. James,
They should have had a vote. Okay.
just kind of all said, yeah, that looks good. And then Bob made the decision on his picture.
I did not.
I got another question for you. How, group 3, how did you choose your spokesperson?
They're all speaking.
You know,
Just decided everybody participate, right? But I noticed that James was the one that started out, right? So was that on purpose?
Nope.
Nope. He just took the reins and
he was our informal leader.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, thank you all. We're running a little bit long. I hope that this team building idea will resonate something with you. How important teams are, translating teams. I think teams can easily be translated into committees, but getting people to work together. Good leadership styles and etc. So, well done. Round of applause for all 3 teams. Okay. And with that, I think we're ready to, Dan, we're ready to go to the last group here.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. And
Thank you, Bruce.
activity in RLI, I learned something. It was really fun. And now it's time for Jeff to talk about foundation.
Yeah, I'm glad we got the fun part out of the way.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're gonna do a very quick poll. Facilitators, please do not respond.
Oh, okay.
It's just for the student. Okay, can you see the results?
Yes, we can. Or I can. I'm a facilitator. Can the participants see it?
I think everyone should be able to see it. So if this were being graphed, it would be a bell-shaped curve. A nice random distribution here. I thought of using fare thee well instead of fairly well, but then that would have been confusing. So fairly well, okay, but this is good. And so for the 1 or 2 that were not so well, it'll be really helpful to ask questions. And with the foundation section, there's a foundation section in each track of the Rotary Leadership Institute. Each one kind of feeds off the previous one. So please ask questions. Okay. And for the ones who knew it very well, feel free to answer the questions, because this is a group exchange. So this is Foundation 2, and again, there's a foundation section in each of the 3 parts to RLI. And the kind of the overriding statement under the title just says, I can lead and promote my club's participation in unique, significant, and targeted service opportunities through our foundation. And what we're going to do over the next 40 minutes or so is we're going to go through some of the materials that are in this section. The RLI folks added a lot of content, which is helpful. And then we'll do some brainstorming on some of the questions. But I'm going to switch back and forth to a little document that I'm going to use to capture your notes. So you notice here it's called targeted service. Right? It's in the title. It's also in the sentence here. So before we get into the details of this, if you can all see this little Word document here. what does targeted service suggest to you? What does that mean?
Very specific.
So
Already
specific
established.
in terms of what?
There's a list to choose from.
A list of what?
Services.
What type of services?
Giving opportunities,
I'm sorry?
giving opportunities.
Matching strategic plans.
Matching strategic plans. Say more about that. That's interesting. What do you mean by that?
Well, I believe that the foundation has a strategic plan on what it considers to be priorities. And then in its action plan to achieve those priorities, it would set out the targeted services.
Does that make sense to everyone? That's profound, the way you said that, Hollis.
I won't be able to repeat it since it's profound.
Well, what would you match it with?
Well, let's go back to, so you talked about a strategic plan for the foundation and then action plans, right?
Right, and then the implementation of the action plans would be the targeted service projects, because those then would equate to a milestone, achieved or not achieved.
Okay, so as I said, that's really deep and very interesting. I'd be curious if there's anyone who works a lot with the foundation, if you can maybe reinforce that or restate it given your experience with the foundation.
And I would want to ask what that means matching, like what will be matching with?
Well, not like when I'm saying matching, I'm not saying like a matching grant. I'm just saying it aligns with.
Yeah, I was just going to type align with. Look at that.
Yeah, great minds.
So, so let me
course, yeah,
reflect back
logical.
and see if I heard you right. So the foundation just doesn't fund anything, right? It funds certain things. And we're going to talk about the areas of focus because those are kind of like the categories that I think you're alluding to. The notion being that what they want to support are things that will help accomplish a strategy, whether it's reinforcing peace or water and sanitation, or there's certain areas. And the notion is that the work that we do, we in the clubs do, that are supported by the foundation, are to accomplish things aligned with that overall plan. Did I say that right?
Yep.
It's also efficient use of your resources.
And which resources are you referring to, Tom?
Everything from your money, your economic, your manpower, and manpower, and what you can actually accomplish with our group of Rotarians.
I added materials. Is that okay?
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
So by matching and aligned with the strategic plans, do we mean the Rotary Foundation areas of focus? The 7 areas of focus? That's what you're, okay.
That's what came to mind when that was mentioned, because that provides the targets, the areas in which we want to see things accomplished. Yeah.
So targeted service would mean one of these service projects that at least are in line with one of these areas of focus.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Let's go back to the document. We'll go through some of the attachments, and then we'll go back to that brainstorm. And I'm going to send that sheet to Dan, and Dan will send it out with all the other information. So we're going to review the grant model, and we're going to learn how the grant model supports club projects. And in a sense, we already touched on that a little bit in the discussion we just had. We're going to learn about the areas of focus, not to be confused with avenues of service, which I think someone mentioned earlier today. And and understand the importance of sustainability. Okay. And we're going to go through all of those. So I'm going to scroll down. Let us start with this. So again, RLI put a lot more content into this section, which is good. So who would like to talk about the two primary forms of grants, especially if your club is involved in grants, and kind of talk us through kind of what they are and maybe some of the parameters for them?
Well, the way I understand district versus global, districts are more of local in your community, whereas global are water wells in Africa or the schools over in Afghanistan or something like that.
Right. And there is an algorithm in the packet that kind of goes through, if you're thinking about doing something with a grant, which category does it fall under? But keep in mind, we ourselves could be the recipient or the main club that's involved in a global grant. They don't have to be in another country. We can do a global grant here as long as we have an international partner, right?
Okay.
So in most cases, we're the financial arm, and some club overseas is the one that's kind of, that community is impacted. But it doesn't have to be that way. There's global grants where we in the United States are the recipients or the ones doing our community, and we happen to have an international partner, right?
So we could have done a global grant for the US when the hurricanes hit or
correct,
something like that by getting a sponsor from another country.
Correct.
Got it.
Also, First American nations do also qualify for global grants.
Correct. Yep. One thing I did want to show you all that's not in the materials, so bear with me here. Can you all see the Rotary website?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a third type of grant that is relatively new called the disaster response grants. So this was especially relevant with like COVID. They're special. There's not a lot of available funds in the disaster response grants, but there are these disaster response grants available. And if you're interested in finding out more about them, you can go to the Rotary website and go to the foundation page, and you can bring up the disaster response grants. So this is a third category, and they're specific to disasters, and then there's all sorts of conditions and guidelines and things like that. Okay. Also, and the algorithm kind of reinforces it, the global grants tend to be for more money. And so if you're looking at something local, but it's going to cost a lot of money, it probably is going to be a global grant with an international partner that's helping the financing as opposed to a district grant.
I've written a couple district grants that were funded, and I think with the district grants, doesn't like half the money come from the foundation, the other half come from the club.
We'll scroll down.
You can even combine with another club to get more money.
Okay, so what a perfect segue to another nice graphic that RLI added, which is a fairly simple, although there's detail, kind of understanding of how the grant model works. And you can see down here, the district grants and the global grants, they call them international grants here. So I think what you were saying, Christian, is correct for the district grants, is that you're requesting a match to money that, let's say, your club has raised. And that money is going to come from the district, but ultimately it came from the foundation through this DDF, which is the district designated funds. Right?
Jeff?
Is that what you're, is that, yeah, Sonny?
Oh, at least in our district right now, there's no longer a requirement that the club actually match the amount that we get for a district grant.
Maybe I meant the district matches it. I guess I misspoke.
No, it's fine. Just wanted to clarify. It
There's-
used to be that you had
Each-
to come up with a 50-50 match.
Each district has some slightly different rules for district grants.
And they have changed fairly recently. And you know, it's one thing I would say anyone that's involved in the foundation, if you're a member of the Rotary Foundation Committee or you know, there's recent changes to the grant model, the funding and all of that. One example is that if you look at this row right here where it has the DDF and the administrative expense, years ago, the administrative expense didn't come out of the contribution. It came out of the interest that the foundation account was making. It was 50-50, but interest rates are pretty low. And in order for the foundation to support, you know, the functioning of the foundation, they take $50 out for every $1,000 that's contributed. So again, I would just say, make sure that you're looking at the most recent information because the model does change. But the bottom line here is that when we are contributing to the foundation, especially the annual fund, we then have the opportunity to use part of the donations to support our grants, whether it's a district grant or a global grant. And that's why, and someone mentioned it earlier in the communication section. Yeah, I think Jesse mentioned it in the communication module. The foundation people in your club should be reinforcing the importance of donation, in part because of this. And you know, there's a formula, but if we're not contributing to the foundation, we don't have this. And that's another reason why membership is so important, because there typically is more giving when there's more people giving.
Well put. And actually, it was late for me to discover this, that this whole system depends on contributions to the annual fund as opposed to contributions directly to global grants or to Polio Plus.
Correct. In fact, this kind of reinforces that a little bit.
Yeah.
Just to reinforce what Sunny was saying, not all donations to pockets of the foundation are available for grants.
Right.
Doesn't mean it's not worth contributing to. It's
Right,
just that that money may not be available in 3 years. There's a 3-year window for grants. So it's something that we want to consider. That's also where we have the every Rotarian every year, which we talked about earlier. That whole notion about we as a club want to be contributing to the foundation, even though it's not a requirement for membership. But that whole notion of every Rotarian every year is in a way reinforcing the importance of supporting what the foundation does. And as Hollis pointed out, in some ways, what we're doing is we're helping Rotary accomplish its strategic plan. That's what the foundation arm is. In fact, and I apologize for the scrolling, but at the very beginning here, the foundation has a mission statement, which you would think would fit well with a strategic plan, right? The mission of the foundation is to enable Rotarians to advance world understanding, goodwill, and peace. Now, if you stop right there, we can advance world understanding, goodwill, and peace ourselves, just each one of us around the world. But it's the second part where you really get into the foundation piece, which is through the improvement of health, the support of education, and alleviation of poverty. And that fits into the areas of focus. That's how we do it. So the foundation, in many ways, is the enabling arm for what Rotary does. Going back to like the coat of arms, all the things we put in there, all of that enabling, or a lot of that enabling, is done through the work of the foundation. Okay. There was one other diagram. Okay. So before we keep going, any questions in the end? We're not going to go over this in detail, but does anyone, especially for those of you who do not have a lot of familiarity with the foundation, any questions about what's called this share model and how the grants get funded? Okay, not hearing any. Main thing here is kind of these three major buckets in the foundation that you can support. The annual fund is the one that Sunny mentioned. That's the one that comes back to us, or at least part of it, for grants. The endowment fund, past District Governor Doreen, I love the way she describes it. The annual fund is like the checking account, and the endowment fund is like the savings account. It's a growing corpus. And as someone also mentioned, there's a specific fund for polio. And as long as we're in the process of eradicating it, we need to continue to support that as well. And it's the Polio Plus Fund that has the match from the Gates Foundation, specifically. And so any questions about either of these? Okay. The district puts on a foundation training every year. So if you want to really dig deep into how the foundation works, I would expect the other districts that are part of this also have foundation training. It's great training. It really does get into the nuts and bolts of how the foundation works. Okay, moving back to our little brainstorming document for the rest of the 20 minutes. Okay, areas of focus. What are they and why are they important? And I will just scribe while you talk. But it requires talking.
I don't remember.
Well, they're listed in our
Okay,
materials.
they are listed. I wasn't going to mention it, but they are listed. So feel free to scroll down if you've got the document. I think it's on the last page, in fact. And there are 7 of them. They just added a 7th.
Okay, supporting the environment is one of them.
Right. And that's the new one.
Yes.
Why is that important?
I think because none of the other things can really happen without that.
Can you elaborate? That's interesting.
Well, I tend to view all of these other aspects of target focus as part of a web. But if you don't protect, just like, for example, you could save a species, but if you haven't saved the habitat, the species isn't really saved. So if you're trying to provide clean water or supporting local economies fighting disease, if you're not protecting the environment, none of those others can truly be accomplished with any longevity.
I would agree with that. And if I recall, those of you who are more familiar with the foundation, before this one became its own area of focus, there was at least an implication that it was appropriate to have environmental efforts be part of the other 6 anyway. But what I guess they realized is it was so vital that it should be its own area of focus rather than kind of implied as part of the others, like we were alluding to. What's another one?
Basic education and literacy.
Education and literacy. And that's another one a lot of the global grants we get involved with are in the education and literacy area. By the way, as we go through these, one thing to think about is a lot of those action groups that Dick Jones talked about fit with these areas of focus. So if you've got a global grant or even a district grant in one of these areas of focus, there may be an action group that may be able to help you because some of them are aligned specifically with these.
Jeff?
Yes, sir.
These groups, the focus groups are made so broad that basically any idea you have of service probably will fall in one of those groups.
You would think, and that's one,
It comes pretty close.
yeah, it's just but it does provide, kind of like we were saying, targets, like
That's
if we're
right.
going to be about doing a grant, if we can't find a natural fit for one of these areas of focus, the foundation is probably not going to fund it.
That's
But you're
absolutely
right.
correct.
They are broad, but they're not infinitely broad.
And but it gives you a good starting point, and to when you're looking at your project, think in those terms.
Yep. What are the other areas of focus? And I realize you've got a page there, but some of you may not have the document. So what else do we have?
Economic and community development.
Excuse me. Yes. And if I recall, and again, some of you may know this more certainly than me, community was added after it was initially economic development, and I think they added community later, which I think makes a lot of sense. Okay, what else?
We've got our maternal and healthcare.
Maternal, isn't it? It's maternal and child.
Child.
Oh, childcare.
Child health, yeah.
Child health.
Clean water.
And clean water. Someone mentioned, I think Jesse mentioned the wash rag action group. That's one of the more common ones. That's where they would fit.
It's
Disease
water,
prevention.
disease prevention,
That's obviously a biggie today, right?
and treatment. Doesn't it also include treatment?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Promoting peace, i.e. youth exchange.
Yes. And peace
Put in my
fellows.
little plug.
Little plug, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Promoting peace. The foundation does support fellows, which is another great opportunity. So not everything they do is grants. They also support some of the fellows. Okay, I think that's 7. Promoting peace also, I don't have it open, but it's also the conflict resolution, right?
Yeah.
They altered the language recently, and I don't have it in front of me, but yes, it was originally conflict resolution.
So as Governor Tom was saying, these are broad, but it doesn't cover everything. And so there may be some things that you may be interested in that the foundation wouldn't support, at least through the annual fund, if it doesn't fit one of these areas of focus. And as we pointed out earlier, the whole notion from the foundation standpoint is that they view these areas of focus as strategically important to accomplish what Rotary should be doing. It is pointed out in your materials, if you're applying for a district grant, some districts will say, please also use the areas of focus when you're applying for a district grant. Some districts don't. So for whatever district you're in, if you're applying for a district grant, you just need to check on your own district's kind of guidelines as to whether they use these areas of focus or not.
Jeff?
Yeah.
It is really true that there's almost nothing you can't sandwich into one of these areas of focus. One of the things that's important to keep in mind is that if you're applying for a global grant, it's a mistake to add more than one. You want to focus on one area of focus. For example, I mean, polio, you could put that under disease prevention and treatment, clean water, or maternal and child health, and it would fit fine, but pick one.
Right.
You have a better chance of getting an award.
By the way, it wasn't, well, one of the things we talked about briefly in the attracting members section is the idea of like a strategic recruit. Like, boy, we really need someone in the club who has a particular skill. Grant writing is a great skill to have in your club.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
You may have a lot of passionate people, but if they can't put it down on paper, they may not get the grant. So think
That's an
about,
excellent point. Thank you.
grant writers are really helpful. Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left. A relatively new but critical notion in the foundation is the whole notion about sustainability or sustainment. So what does that mean to you, and why do you think it's important in the foundation and with grants that we consider sustainability? So first, what is it? And secondly, why would it be important in terms of what the foundation supports?
Well, it's the ability for the project to continue on after, beyond the grant period. And it's important because you don't want to drop into a community, a country, do something, and then once you leave, have it all fall apart, and the people there are reverting to the previous condition.
Well, a great example is building a well. And if you don't have the ability to teach someone how to repair that pump or fix things when they're broken, the well is going to dry up or it's going to have problems, and it's you spent the time and money to do something that doesn't continue to work for them.
Yeah, in fact, so I think, well, a lot of what is included in grants to demonstrate that the intent is for them to be sustainable is the training part. To have local people in the community know how to maintain the thing it is that was, if it was built, designed, because it's not going to be sustainable otherwise. So training is a pretty common element. It's not the only one, but teaching people and training them is certainly an aspect of what would make something sustainable.
You also just can't leave the project. You need to have follow through with either someone there or your group to follow through to see that it's continuing.
Yep. Like including monitoring.
That's what, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
And having a plan for finding the funds to do whatever repairs are necessary.
Sure.
Right. And those additional funds are probably not going to come from the Rotary Foundation. The grant's going to have a
Certainly
lifetime.
not, no.
Right. So you want to have, if you think you're going to need additional money down the road, there should be a plan on where that money is going to come from if it's not going to come from the foundation.
Yeah.
And again, it's not that it's a new concept. It's not a new concept, but Rotary considered it so important that more recently they added it as an element to whether they were going to fund grants. And one of the reasons why the Rotary Foundation is rated so highly in terms of its success is because the work that is done through the foundation is intended to be sustainable. Otherwise, you get into the areas that you just talked about. So that requirement, even though there's no guarantee, but the requirement adds to the success that the foundation has.
Jeff, also, the foundation is not trying to say no to you when you send something in. They may reject it, but they will help you rewrite it or do things you need to do to correct it.
Yep.
They want you to succeed.
Absolutely. No, they're great to work with. Okay, there's a nice graphic in your document that talks about different components to sustainability. It's not just environmental, although environmental is certainly part of it, but it's also cultural. You know, I mean, there's a lot to consider with sustainability depending upon a type of project that your club is looking for. So that diagram, let me shift over real quick. This is interesting here. Different aspects to sustainability. We think about environmental sustainability, but there's more to it than that. Okay. Last question. So and I think it was brought up earlier today also. One of the requirements for a grant is that there's an assessment done, right? We want to make sure that there is a clear need by the community that is being served, whether that community is local with a district grant or it's not local through a global grant. So a needs assessment of the community needs to be done. So have any of you been involved in a community needs assessment?
No.
Informally.
Well, okay, so talk about that.
Me-
What is it? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go on, John.
I started a foundation, the purpose of which was to diagnose student athletes with hypertrophic cardiac myopathy, what the disease that makes them die on the practice field or on the field of play. So I didn't do a community needs assessment, and I got a lot of interest in this foundation. However, the Lobo Athletic Club reached out to me because they couldn't get the same testing that we were going to do in a timely fashion. So there was a community need out there that I had no idea of. I didn't do an assessment. It came to me. So I don't know if that's appropriate for this.
Well, so it sounds like it worked out because they came to you and you ultimately were able to, working with them, assess what the need was, even though you originally didn't do that, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Well, so for the purposes of these grants, the foundation is going to want to see, because they're the ones that are going to fund it, that the community has the need. It can't come from us, right?
Sure.
So in your case, you were fortunate that they came to you and they talked to you and everything worked out. For the purposes of receiving a grant from the foundation, you have to do the community needs assessment first.
Right. So, for instance, the Lobos made it apparent to me that due to COVID, they weren't able to get these assessments in a timely manner. So I'm sure that if I went down, let's say, to other schools, for instance, that went to the New Mexico State, they might have a very similar issue. So that would be a community's needs assessment if I were to go talk to them and ask them about it, right?
Right. So I'm just going to put be proactive, ask. I think is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
For example, I am in the process of surveying a community through the surveys, direct surveys and digital surveys of the extended community. It's 5,000 people in the probe, but we said that to survey 500 out of those.
So, so why are these community needs assessments important? Why is the foundation requiring that we do this when we're applying for a grant?
To judge the need.
To judge the need, I agree. And my thing is that I think we need to get buy-in from the recipients of whatever it is we're doing. They have to be willing to carry on, to learn, to maintain, to contact us if they need help that they can't handle. Like the water wells, they have to be able to do things. You build a school, they got to have teachers, they got to have supplies. So we need them to be part of it.
That's a very interesting aspect, because while we're engaging them in asking what they need, we are at the same time getting their buy-in, right? That's really interesting. It's because we're from the government, we're here to help you. And it's like, well, no, thank you.
No, thank you.
But if we're engaging a community and learning what they need, if by doing so, they get interested in what it is that we want to do, that buy-in will also help with the sustainability if we get the funding, because they're already interested. They're, you know, if we're gonna have to do the training and all the other things with the community, that buy-in is really important. If otherwise, I mean, even if it's a worthwhile project, it's not gonna probably be successful.
And two-way communication, because you may be thinking, oh,
Yeah.
this is something they need. And they may come back and say, yes, but it's this that we need more, or this portion of it that we need, or.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, this is great. Okay. Well, we only have a couple minutes left. I'm going to stop sharing. And again, I'm going to send this to Dan so he can send it out with the other materials. Needs to be from the recipient's perspective. Right. Yeah. It shouldn't be us determining what others' needs are, if I understand what you're saying. It's from their perspective. Yeah.
If you have a hammer and you go looking for a nail, you'll find a nail, even if it's a screw. And so these are collaborations, not us saving them. That is the reason why sustainability and needs assessments are in the Rotary way, is that it isn't about us coming to save these folks over here because they don't have what we have. It is a matter of creating a collaborative environment in which we help provide some resources in which they are desiring.
Someone mentioned in an earlier section the notion, and I forget which section it was, but there was discussion about we should be presenting to, let's say, other local groups. I think it was part of the attracting members, like, yeah, it's great to have someone from a local group come and talk to us. It's also a good idea for us to talk to them. Well, some of that talking back and forth may be to help build the collaboration for a future project, right? So everything that we're talking about here, and you know, RLI is set up in these modules, and that makes sense, but they're all connected. You know, if I want to do some work in the community, instead of just blind calling if I don't happen to know them, let's reach out and maybe have them give a presentation to the club. Maybe we present to them. So you're building relationships, but in doing so, you're providing opportunities for a potential future grant because you're working with the community. You have that understanding. Okay, it is 1 o'clock. And by the agenda, that means we're finished with the learning part. Dan, do you want to walk us through the graduations?
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.